Only 5 minutes, guys. What's going on, everybody? It is official, we are live to the world. So today we're going to be mixing a song live. This song is called Come to Me from a Kansas City band called The Guild. So yeah, man, how you guys doing out there? Before we go ahead and dive into this, how you guys doing? Not a lot. Just more figuring out this live stream thing, really, man. Just kind of getting this thing dialed in for you guys and taking it live, just in the field. So I figured we'd just say screw it and we'd go ahead and just mix a song. So I've got this system here. I'll be muting my mic in between playbacks. That way I can, because I've got my speakers live, that way I can actually mix off my speakers and nothing's interfering with my microphone. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'll go ahead and dive on over here into my Pro Tools, window here, and we can go ahead and get started. So what I've got basically is all my tracks are laid out. Everything is at 0. The only thing I've got in place here is a limiter, and that is for you guys, so I don't accidentally clip your feeds and go into the red on you. And I've got trims on all of my buses that are just down by 6 dB, and that's it. That's the only thing I've got going on. This is my mix prep session. Again, I did all this mix prep long time ago. I think this was a band that had won a battle of the bands at the time, and my buddy Patrick Swope and I had donated a lot of our time along with the recording studio, West Tech Recording out there in Kansas City. Brian, Matt, how you guys doing? Amazing facility, amazing people, amazing gear, and we did this here because they were one of the winners. We did one free day for places 1, 2, and 3. So the first 3 bands got free singles from all of us. This is the one from the Guild. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for you now. That way you kind of get a general idea of what we've got going on. Like I said, everything's raw. No love on anything yet. So we'll go ahead and play.
I see you looking from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. I need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. So I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. I see you.
But that kind of gives you the general idea. Like, it's pretty raw, not bad. Again, it's a wild recording studio. It's like underground and has all these funky angles, so you get like some weird asymmetrical sounds with your drum sound. So what I'd usually do is I'd start by bussing everything down to subgroups. So I've got all my drums are all bussed down to my kit, and then I have all my shells. You can see like these little plus symbols up in here. That means they're also routed somewhere else. That is to my crush bus right here. That way I've got a separate feed of all my shells. Both of those are then routed to my all drums bus right here. So that's the master feed of all my drums. Everything else is as follows. All the bass to the bass, the rhythm guitars to the rhythm, and I have the leads separate. I like to separate those two. Lead vocal goes to my all vocal, and my backgrounds here in this case are going to my background there. I have effects channels here in the background, which are all going to my all effects bus, all of which are routed to my mix bus, which is being fed to my speakers. In this case, that is you guys. So again, everything's blank, no effects on it or anything. So what I do in this case is I would start with my drums. So I'm going to go ahead and mute all my buses except for my drums. Again, my my crush bus is pulled down all the way because I don't want to introduce that parallel stage of compression yet. I want to get a good overall balance of my drums as they are. Like I said, the only thing I've done so far is panning, LCR left, center, right panning as of now. So we might mess around with that later. We might leave it the way it is. I'm not sure quite yet. So we'll go ahead and solo out the drums. I'll start playing these, and we'll kind of just start listening to the vibe. And usually the very first thing I'll ask myself when I'm going to dive into a mix is this mix going to be like a dirty, like nasty kind of bull in a china shop with a lot of hair on it? Or is it going to be really polished, really primp with a lot of separation and a lot of impact? You know, you can still get a pretty aggressive and punchy mix that way too. It's just that's just the first thing I'm asking myself. So that's what I'm going to be asking myself while I'm listening to these drums, and kind of like keeping in the back of my head what I just heard as I played back. All right, so right off the bat, I'm thinking there's a whole lot of little ghost notey stuff. There's a whole lot of like finesse, really in the pocket. A lot of fun syncopation, backbeat stuff going on. Let me go ahead and play some of the bass with that, the way I get a better idea as to which direction I'm going to take this mix. All right, so I'm definitely thinking this is going to be a dirty and hairy bull in the china shop. Just rock and roll, kind of nasty, not super hyper polished, but like a superhero, more high impact version of what they've already got going on here. So we'll go ahead and start with the kick drum, guys. I'm going to go ahead and mute the bass out again one more time. And what I do here in this case is I'd usually start with some kind of like a channel strip plugin, be it an SSL or like a Neve style. I've been kind of favoring the Neve one lately. Let me go ahead and go with that one. So I highlight all the tracks that I want to apply. I hit Shift Option, and then I'll go ahead and use the second space, and then I can go ahead and search for it in here. My EQs. Yeah, BX console N, and it'll go ahead and apply it to everything that I've got highlighted. That way it kind of just carpet bombs everything I need. And then the beauty of this plugin is it's got like all the preamp saturation and non-linearities of a console. So it kind of will make everything a little bit wider because this was all recorded digital on the RedNet system. One thing I really love about the plugin is it has this random channel thing. So with it on only my drums, I can just hit the all button, and it randomized every single one. So every one is now modeling a different channel. So we're going to start with the kick drums. Let me see here. We'll go ahead and solo out the kicks, and I'll start with the kick in. All right, so it needs, to me, right off the bat, it's really boxy. It's really kind of like farting out. I remember, I think this is the first time I tried an SM7 as a kick drum in, and I haven't done it since. So let's go ahead and see if we can save this real quick, and we'll go ahead and get the most out of this that we can get. I'm going to go ahead and bypass this real quick, and we'll listen to the before and the after. So to me, like, instantly opened it up. It was really like kind of boxy, had a lot of, like, it almost sounded like it was clipping on the way in. I remember this specifically was recorded with the Chandlers as well. They don't have a VU meter that's extremely accurate, or actually they don't have one at all. So yeah, that's just, again, darn you, younger Jordan. This is where I bit myself in the butt in the future. So I got to make the most of my internish ways later in life. I see Pat's in the chat. What up, Swoopy? How you doing, buddy? Hope everything's going good over there. Pat actually was the assistant engineer on this session, guys. If you didn't know, he now has an amazing place, amazing studio of his own in Kansas City. Night Train Recording. I highly recommend checking him out, guys. Like, I can't recommend him enough. Like, he went from the quiet guy in the corner to I am now going to be captain of the mothership very fast. So that was my kick in. Let's go ahead and check out this kick out real quick before I dive into it. I'm going to double check my phase on this. And we're in phase. Cool. So we'll go ahead and dial in on this kick out. All right, so I'm not mad at that right off the bat. I'll go ahead and listen to them both together and see what we got going on from there. So it's already like really punchy. It's starting to cut through the mix a lot better than it did originally before. It still has a lot of that like top end bleed through in it, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of that. And that's why I left this spot open above. That way, in case things got a little out of control on the top end, I can control them before I did that boost in that channel strip. So we'll go ahead and dive into that now. Can't fully take credit for this one at all. I learned this off of another industry. I can't even call him a buddy, but he's a guy that I absolutely admire his work. His name's Nolly, Adam Nolly Get Good. But I watched this and learned this in watching a video from him, and it's absolutely changed my life. So it's the Pro MB, and you got to set it up like this. So this is a multi-band dynamics, but it can also be used as a frequency-dependent gate. And the one thing that I love about it, you just pop this expander, and it has this little free band, which will allow you to trigger off of a frequency within itself. That to me, that changed my whole life. So I can go ahead and bring this high-end range down, and I will then tweak the attack time, the range of the threshold, and then I'll dial in this low end to so it's hitting right to my ears. So just completely saved all that top end. So we'll go ahead and dive straight on into the snare from here. So before I even dive into the snare, I'm going to go ahead and do that same high frequency trick. That way I'm not absolutely killing myself and you guys with that top end. Instantly way better. All right, let's go ahead and move on to the channel strip. So it still has like a pretty wicked ring in it, so we're going to go ahead and dial out that ring. All right, I can work with that. We'll go ahead and move on to the overheads. It's a tough one on the phase because it's the same one either way, but I feel like it's wider. For whatever reason, I just get a wider feeling whenever the phase is flipped. So that's how we're rolling with it. And we'll go ahead and from here throw in the rooms. So this is one of the times I'm going to go ahead and use the onboard compressor, kind of excite these rooms a little bit. Do the same thing, we'll go ahead and flip the phase and check that. I feel like it's wider with the phase natural on this one. And the beautiful thing about this channel strip is it's got this virtual gain knob. I can go ahead and crank up this virtual gain and get some more grit out of this. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. All right, now it's good, but I feel like I could take it off a little bit more. Not quite. We'll save that. Not quite yet. Not quite yet, because I have no buzz compression or anything like that happening yet. All right, so far I'm liking the improvements we're getting. We'll go ahead and check out these floor toms. Now, on this track, again, in my mix prep, I have already cleaned these. And what I'll do is I'll make cuts at the floor toms, and then all the space in the between the floor toms, instead of getting rid of that, getting rid of all of that, I'll save it. For me, some of that bleed equals big, so I don't want to 100% get rid of it. I just want to bring it really, really, really low, and that way, if I want to like gate it later, or decide I don't want it, or if I want to trigger it, or whatever I want to do, it just makes it that much easier, and my gates aren't gonna misfire, and my little MIDI programs or whatever aren't gonna misfire. So I'll go ahead and dial this guy in real quick. Now there's still some upper mid stuff in there. I'm gonna go ahead and go after that. Boom, and just like that, you got a tom. Now, the thing about a tom is it always wants to be ticked off, so let's tick it off. All right, not bad. Let's go ahead and hear it in context with the rest of the drums. All right, so it's way out to the right. Normally I LCR everything. This whole drum set only had one tom, and it was this floor tom. So I'm gonna bring it in about 60. That way it's still outside and predominantly the right side. Sick. Now the hats, I can get them super loud because I've gone in again in my mix prep. I've taken out all the snare hits that I can actually get away with taking out. I'll go ahead and solo this out for you. That way you can kind of hear what it sounds like. So in that part, you can't take out any snare hits because he's hitting the snare and the hat at the same time. Whenever we break down into the verse, though, some things get a little interesting. Now, I do that the way I can crank the heck out of my hi-hats, and I don't want every time, because I pan my hi-hats off to the left, usually 100%. Laugh at me all you want, but it works, makes it wide. But I do that way whenever they hit the snare, it doesn't pull my snare drum to the left. every single time. I want my snare dead center, and I want all my wideness coming from my overheads and from my rooms. I don't want any of that coming from spot mics. The spot mics are just that. They're just spot mics. They're made to pick up what they're pointed at and nothing else. So we'll go ahead and keep the hat where it's supposed to be, and we'll keep the snare in the middle. And I do that in about every single track I've worked on. Same thing here. If it's not essential or if it's not needed, I take it out because it's already in the overheads, all the vibes in the overheads. And I do the exact same thing with the ride. That way I can really isolate where it's going and it's not messing with anything else in my mix. So we'll go ahead and dial in the hat and the ride. This is our last couple of remaining elements. Awesome, that works for me real quick. And over to the ride. All right, in the ride, I'm not looking for a super pretty, or at least in this particular mix, I'm not looking for a super pretty open top end kind of a vibe. I'm really looking for just the sound of like the wood hitting that bell, like the wood of the stick hitting that bell. And I'll go ahead and get these guys dialed in context real quick. Awesome, man. So that's a working drum sound real quick. So this is back in my mono brick day. So this is before I decided to be smart and start using two of these. So the idea behind this was that I was in a small room with awkward angles, and it was stone, but it was painted white with, and it was kind of like that shiny, like it was not allowing the stone to be porous. So I wanted the sound of a brick in my drum recording. So I went ahead and put up one brick instead of putting up two to have a nice big fat stereo image. Theory being that I wanted a brick room wherever I was going, so you put up a couple bricks, boom, brick room. Again, younger Jordan gave future Jordan one brick. Shame on you, younger Jordan. How did you ever make it this far? Okay, we'll go ahead and listen to this brick. We'll dial this sucker in and tick it off a little bit. All right, so the tom's still a little bit too out there wide for me right now. We'll go ahead and bring that sucker in. All right, now the tom now has a whistle in the top end, so we're going to go ahead and dial that back. At the end of the day, it's about what it sounds like, not what it looks like, because younger me would have been like, no, don't ever do that to the top end of the tom. But nowadays, I'm just like, hey, if it sounds good, it sounds good. You know, if it looks weird, oh well. If it sounds good, awesome. That's the goal. All right, so I got my overall balance pretty much dialed in. This mono room, I'm just gonna. I remember recording this and throwing this up, and I'm gonna listen to it. I can't ever say never. Here we go, let's listen. All right, I'll go ahead and they can hang out. They can chill. They can join the party. All right, now to my favorite part. Drum bus compression. Here we go. We'll go ahead and audition a couple things, and I'll see just what I'm feeling. We'll see how we're feeling, guys. We'll see which one's working today. All right, so this one is my go-to, or at least the one I've been grabbing lately, the BX Townhouse. I've been really digging on it. It's got a lot of vibe. It took me a minute, honestly, to start to really like this one. It was, I think I was expecting something way more aggressive just because of how it looks. It looks like it would want to be aggressive. It looks like it would want to get a lot done. But it's really subtle. But then all of a sudden I started using it, and, you know, like you force yourself to keep it in your tricks, and like you force yourself to keep it in like in rotation, and then you take it away, and then all of a sudden you go, oh, okay, I get it now. So that's now what I've done is I've forced myself to keep on using it, and now I've absolutely fallen in love with it. So we'll go ahead and dial this guy in real quick. Man, gosh, it's tough because I really like what it does, like the splattiness that I get out of the attack time of 3 milliseconds and the release time of 100. But then I really like the push and pull and like the bounce I get whenever I move the attack down to 10. Um, it's a hard one. This is a tough one. I'm just gonna close my eyes and well, wait. Can I just can I copy this and go to B and go to paste? Oh, look at that. Awesome. Sick. All right. Oh, my gut is like in the push and the pull of 10. 10 and 100. So 10 and 100 it is. That's the winner. All right, so that's the winner on that compressor. That's stage one. Let's try our good old-fashioned SSL. Here we go, good old faithful. It's the winner right there for me. Yep, 10 and 100. Dang kitties. All right, 10 and 100 is the winner again here. So basically, these are copies of each other. This is a modified one, so we'll go ahead and check out the two against each other. So this is the Townhouse. All right, so right off the top of my head, I can tell you already I like the smackiness and the upfrontness of the SSL version or the Waves version. But the thing I like the most about a compressor, like when a compressor's like acting right to my ears, is when I can close my eyes and feel like I can fall into the sound. Like I'm not being met by a two-dimensional thing that I can't like fall into and enjoy. And I feel like the BX Townhouse gives me way more of that depth. It's just giving me depth. So the BX Townhouse beats out the SSL. So let's go ahead and try another one. API. This is another one of my favorite go-tos, like on the planet. I let my cable in the way. Yeah, so 10 and 1 wins again. So we'll shoot these guys out. I just like the depth of the townhouse. So I think the townhouse is going to be the winner for me, at least on this bus. All right, so now that we've got our balance done, we've got our bus compressor moving how we like it on our drum bus. We'll go ahead and dial up our shells bus. All right, this is one of my very favorite limiters. It's a pretty new one, or it's not new, but it's recently on the market. But man, it's just aggressive. So we'll go ahead and use this. Yeah, why not? Like, let's just go ahead and like obliterate it. I'll go ahead and just squish the heck out of it, and we'll go ahead and blend it in. Like, it's just nasty right now. Like, oof. But we'll go ahead and blend it in. All right. And to me, we got us a good drum sound working. Now here's the deal. So this was one of the focuses of the video was to go from very raw to a finished drum sound. I'm digging that. Now here's my next step. Now my bus is from here I would go ahead and bring in my bass. And with my basic drum and bass going, what I'll do is I'll kind of start putting together my two bus situation because I want the drums to lead my mix, to really drive my mix. So I'll go ahead and put my compressor on now, and with the bass, that way I know how it's going to start reacting with the low end. I've been really favoring the Shadow Hills Mastery Comp lately. So we'll go ahead and dig into this guy a little bit. All right, so that's squeezing down on it in the way that I really dig. So we'll go ahead and add a little bit of this tape saturation behind it and really get it to fatten up a lot. Sorry guys, didn't realize my mic was off. But I'll use this Goldfoss on every one of my buses, and it's like a little black magic plugin for me. I'll usually find myself around 5 to 10% on the tame, and then I'll usually be recovering by 1 or 2%. So let me go ahead and see where it's at today. And whenever I put it out on one bus, it's unanimous across the board, and we'll even go as far as going on my stereo bus pre-comp. That way my compressors and all that is doing a little bit less. Sick. So that, guys, is really quickly we've dialed in. Went from really raw, like, guys, I'm talking there was no love, like zero, like the only love we had on the way in was 2 preamps. We had a 2 Chandler LTD1s, and that was it. And you best believe that was on the kick drum and on the snare drum. Unfortunately, it was on the kick in, which was on that SM7, which again, it turns out it was not my favorite microphone in the world. So again, younger Jordan, if I can invent a time machine, I'd use that on a kick out instead. And then of course the one floor tom we had, hell, find like a Ashley parametric or a 31 band or something, and just carve you out a good tom sound on the way in, man. Like I used to do it. There was a studio I worked at in Kansas City, and Pat Swope used to work there with me too. And we used to have 2 stereo Ashley 31 band EQs, and that was our drum EQ on the way to tape. But you know what, dude, gosh darn it, we made it work. Like, we would make it work. We had like ISA, Focusrite ISA preamps in the banks of 8, and we would run out of those into the Ashleys, and then from there hit Pro Tools, and that was it, man. Like, that's how we got drum sounds. So that's the overall drum sound, guys, as of now. So I'm going to think this is a good time to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute breaker, and we will be back to dial in some bass tones. All right, we'll see you guys. we'll see you guys. What's going on, you guys? I am back. I am back. So, Patrick says, "What up, Jordan?" Well, what up, Swoopy? Oh, wait, you already said that. My bad. It's just appearing right here. Aha. Still figuring this sucker out, guys. Be patient with me. So we just finished dialing in some drums. Let me see here. Quick second, guys. So yeah, if anybody guys got any questions or anything, we're just kind of hanging out real quick. I'm giving my ears a quick little breather before I start dialing into the low end of the bass guitar. I said drums didn't take very long at all. I said maybe not even an hour to really like go in and dial in the drums individually, to route to our shells, to get all the routing done, to get the compressor right, to audition a couple compressors, to set up a shell crush bus, and to get our stereo bus rocking, along with the bass, the low end, to make sure it's not going to be overly pumping that compressor. Yeah. But yeah, for all of you just tuning in, real quick, this is what we. Let me go ahead and switch this over real fast. Say this is what we started with. And this is where we currently are now. Again, the band is called The Guild. These guys were a Battle of the Bands winner back in the day. At the Scene Casey Rock Bar, we were hosting a competition with Brian, who owns West Tech Recording Studios. I believe Matt Allen right now is the head engineer up there. Matt is a great guy. And Brian is one heck of a studio owner. So you guys in Kansas City should definitely go work with Matt. Definitely go work with Brian. Those guys are great dudes. And they produce some stellar results, man. Their studio is great. Like I said, a lot of weird odds and angles, but it works in our favor for some very unique drum sounds that I personally haven't been able to recreate anywhere else. All right, so we've got that all dialed in. I'm gonna switch you guys over here to my Pro Tools window really quick. One second, guys. All right. So we are back. We are back here in Pro Tools land. Oh, we got some more chats coming in. What up, Chris? Let me switch back over here on you real fast. What happened in there, Chris? So, man, got to get that talkback limit. Dude, the talkback limiter, Pat. That thing is sick, man. That talkback limiter is sick, dude. Let me cut this sucker over real fast. Dude, Chris, missing the front porch pipes, dude. So, dude, check this out. So, I'm going to go ahead and just bring this up. We'll go ahead and play it real fast for you. All right, so this is talkback limiter on, right? So let me go ahead and kick this off and let's see how aggressive this thing gets. It's sick, dude. And even like, I just discovered this today, but you can actually turn off the power on one rail. You can make it have a faulty rail. Like EDM/death metal breakdowns, please. Sebastian, how you doing, man? I'm doing pretty good. Having a lot of fun mixing this song here. But dude, talkback limiter's sick. Gullfoss is sick. Townhouse is sick. BX and Neve is sick. That's really all we've got going. So again, we'll go ahead. All right, we're moving on from drums. We're gonna go ahead and dive down into the bass. All right, here we go. So we've got 3 bass tracks in this. We have a DI. I believe it was a Music Man he was playing, and he had 2 heads with him and 2 whole rigs. So he went ahead and mic'd up both of them. Do you do the store? If you do the Elder store, don't you? Dude, it's got the rails. So it's got a plus rail, plus and minus 18-volt rail, just like a traditional console, and an 11-volt rail. And you can click the light, and give it a faulty power supply with a click of a button. That thing's sick. And you hit the little logo, and then you're messing with the guts. But it's not clean by any means. It's definitely bowling in a china shop. All right, but we went ahead on the bass. We went ahead and mic'd up both rigs in the studio. Took a DI. The dude was a really, really, really good player. Had a really good left hand. Just really good technique all around. So the chances are I'm going to try as hard as I can not to use the DI. So I'm just going to mute this track. That way I don't accidentally unmute it and I'm dealing with it. So we'll go ahead and listen to each one of these individually and kind of see what we like about each one. That's the SVT. It's like really, really, really like guttural, but has a really nice like nickel sounding top end. Like the guy played with nickel strings, and I love nickel strings. They're some of my favorite sounding, like just especially for that kind of style playing. Steel strings just sounds too aggressive and metal and modern, and like the nickel's just so slinky and like spanky. So let's go and listen to the AVT and see what that sounds like in comparison to the SVT. So definitely way more round. So I think we can get a really solid all-around bass tone with both of these, because the SVT is a little more like low-end guttural. It's got that super wet, slappy sounding top end. AVT's got more of that like round, warm. Let me use Chris's term here, the brown sound. So it's just traditional for me. I mean, it's still a little more top end than traditional, but it's when you throw it all in a mix, it'll sound more traditional than just the SVT. So I'm going to go ahead and start with just the SVT and the drums, and I'll start bringing in the AVT and start filling it out a little bit more. For me, that's a really good like starting tone. I haven't even checked to see if they're in phase yet, so we're going to go ahead and do that. We use the BX console Neve on the drums. Let's go ahead and use, just to get some difference. Why not? Because we're such a big multi-billion-dollar studio and we can afford all these huge, large format consoles here. Let's go ahead and throw on this BX console SSL, because we've got 2 boards. Why not? And same thing, we have the randomize all channels. We'll go ahead and hit that. This is how we're going to go ahead and check the phase. So I like how it was sounding with the SVT, just with the drums by itself. So we'll go ahead and flip the phase to the AVT and see how that's sounding. I did not like that at all. Like I feel like a lot of the tone went away. A lot of the low end all of a sudden randomly was like, just like bang, but all like everything I liked about both of the amps just went away with the click of a button. So we're gonna go ahead and leave that off. So I'll go ahead and start with the SVT, and we'll just start dialing in some tone. So I'm really liking that sound to start with. I'll go ahead and dial in the AVT. And my theory here is if I like them both on their own, I'll dig them both together. Why not? All right, I feel like there's like a little bit more of like a low muddiness in this. I'm gonna go ahead and chase after that. Let's go ahead and hide and make that DI inactive, that way we're not tempted. All right, so decent enough starting spot for me. I kind of want to. I'm going to sum these really quick because I want to treat them as a whole. And then we'll go ahead and send that to, we'll send that to the all bass bus. Son of a gun, I made an audio track. We need an aux track. Where is my all bass bus? There you are. All right, we'll go ahead and send all this to the bass sum. Bass sum. There you are. And we'll go ahead and solo bypass these. That way I can just solo this. Now on this particular track, I think it's already, it's definitely already attacky enough. It's got all the attack I want out of it, so I'm not going to try to get any more. I'm actually going to try to push a little bit of that attack down and bring a little bit more of the note out of the performance. So it's just a little bit less offensive on the clackiness. And then from there, I'll go ahead and try to round out the whole tone. So from there, we'll go ahead and pull up our multi-band compressor. One of my favorite ones on the planet. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and what I'll usually do here is I'll just split this up into a proprietary number of bands. Cool. And we'll just see what it's looking like spectrally, and we'll kind of just even it out, pin it all down from there. Sick. Now it's way more evened out spectrally, so now I can kind of carve it out for how I want to. So I'm going to go ahead and bring back in the drums, and we'll carve it all out and make sure everything's kind of got a space for itself. And that sounds way more controlled, way more tame to me. And if I want more of that string attack back, all I have to do is roll back this release knob, and I'll start getting more of that back to start cutting through that mix more as you start adding more in. So I haven't pushed myself into a wall yet with it, basically. So that's drums and bass. We'll go ahead and, do you guys want to jump into guitars, or anybody got any questions? What you guys got? You can go ahead and dive. I'm gonna go ahead and top off my coffee really quick before I dive on into guitars. See, bass don't take no time at all, man. Like that's a super minimalistic bass right there. Just 2 channel strips into a compressor, into a multi-band, finalize the EQ, and if I want more punch back, I just roll back the attack of the compressor. And I didn't have to go all super fancy with splitting my bass tracks on this particular mix. If I was going super polish with like insane separation, I would definitely be doing that. I'd be probably going back and resort. No, I don't think I need the DI on this one. But I mean, the guy was just a great player. That's what you get whenever you get great players. You don't have to go in and do a lot. It doesn't take much at all to make them shine. You know, especially like this. Like I got 1 channel strip on everything, and little extra love on the snare, little extra love on the tom. I'm gonna come back to the cymbals later because there's still some harshness in there, but we'll do that whenever we start getting the guitars in, because I want to hear how they're gonna play together. Same thing with the top end of the bass and the punch of the bass. I kind of like build my mix from like the foundation up. So I build my mix from Guitars. Soapy says Guitars. Steamy Ray Vaughan up in here, man. Dude, yeah, I mean, yeah, he was really the whole rhythm section on this this project was solid as a rock. Like these guys, remember, like there's 3 bands, and all 3 bands only had a 10-hour block, and they came in and they did all these songs in 10 hours. So they had literally a 1-day block to come in and do an entire single from the ground up. So these guys came in, and the other guys that came in as well, same exact professional level. They came in extremely prepared, understood exactly what it was, that they only had 1 day, and just exceeded all expectations on those days when it was time to come in. Especially, like, if we had a follow-up day, absolutely we could have layered the absolute daylights out of these things, but it's always a matter of time, time and budgets. And so I think for what these guys did for having 1 day, it's pretty sick. Sorry, I'm getting a drink of water here. I'm gonna top off my coffee. We'll start diving into guitars. Right on, shout out there, Chris. You steal all the vibes, man. And that's what this is, man. Like, this is, we're all sitting at home. We got nothing to do. Clients are starting. It's COVID, man. It's COVID, so it's hard to run a studio publicly with everybody forcing you to shut down, and then everybody else who's like a little bit weary of COVID, and completely understandable. So everybody on the planet is feeling the pinch of it. So this is just like the way for all of us to have fun and trade industry secrets, and to keep it fresh, and to let you guys into our brains. So it's as fun for me as it is for you guys. Like, I love this. Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes into the record. Like, a lot of stuff from every single note. Every single note is loved. Literally every note. So there's not a record that we don't look at every single note. I want to say it'll sound like an exaggeration, but we look at every single note probably no less than 100 times. Between making sure that every single thing about it's perfect, everything about the performance is perfect, making sure that the imperfections are indeed perfect imperfections. Making sure that you know when to go in and make something polished, and when to leave something dirty and grimy, and just let it all hang out. That's just this, the tip of the iceberg behind the scenes. That's like before you even have the band come in the doors. And they have to have all their stuff together. Every now and again they don't, but man, whenever they do, it's just like the stars align, and you're just like a kid in a candy shop because the band has done their homework, and you're just like, oh my gosh, what parallel universe have I stepped into? And those are the guys that those are the ones that make this industry really worth it, because it's just like, yeah, these guys are serious. They're going for it as a career. Like, they believe the industry still rocks, and these are the guys that are going to keep it alive in the future. Like, they're the reason that the industry still has a heartbeat. So those guys are always the pleasure to work for. They're the front row fans at every show, and the guys who work hard 9 to 5 to go buy that new guitar and learn that new song and write their own. All right, well, I'm topping off my coffee. Yep, I brought the whole pot with me. No studio is complete without a coffee pot. I guess I'm technically not a recording studio yet because I don't have a lava lamp. Everybody knows, Jordan, you got to have a lava lamp to be a studio. I got no lava lamp. Pat, do you have a lava lamp in your studio? I got to know. His studio looks so cool, man. I wish my studio looked half as cool as Pat's looked. All right, So we're going to go ahead and dive on into guitars, guys. Let's see here. Boop, boop, doom. And we are going to dive in. Here we go. As Pat says, the Guitars. So let's just see kind of where they stand right now with our drums and bass, the way that we've got them going. Gosh, I hate my system automatically colors things. This is a session from another studio, so I haven't gone in and changed the prefs yet. All right. So we'll go ahead and dial in, listen to the guitars, rhythm guitars, just as they are. Nothing fancy on them yet. All right, so my initial thoughts on the guitars are they have salt lamps are where it's at. Man, is that the modern day equivalent of the lava lamp? I have to know. Is the salt lamp? Is it, Pat? Is the salt lamp the modern day equivalent of a lava lamp? But no, the guitars. To me, they have like this kind of. I don't want to use the word power soaky because I know it's totally not the correct term for what I'm saying, for what I'm thinking, but it just sounds like the high end is trying to be forced through that speaker a little too hard. And it sounds like the speaker's doing a really good job of dulling it to the best of the speaker's ability. So we'll kind of stick with the same tradition we've been going with. We'll go ahead and grab us a console plug-in. Trying to think which one I want just to keep it different. We haven't used the Waves one yet. We'll go ahead and give Waves some love, even though I know the other one's way better. Typed in Waves. SSL channel. Yep, let's go with this guy, just to mix it up. I didn't realize my mic was on that whole time. Here, let me go ahead and bypass this before and after. But Jordan, you said that the high end sounds weird and pushed through the speaker. Why did you boost the high end? Well, this high end on this particular channel sounds really good. So let me go ahead and push this back in the mix, and we'll dial this in correctly, and then we'll smooth that out. And I'll show you how we do that. See, it just immediately like gives it more cut and more presence, and it's kind of, to me, it's just right more at the foreground of my speakers. So now, I know these were amps and mics in the room. So we'll go ahead and just kind of, I don't think the high end needs to be tamed, but I think it just needs to be just kind of like maybe excited a little bit. So let's try that. And for that, I've been really digging on this Shep's Omni channel. Like for anybody that follows my socials, I've been stuck on this. So the saturation, I've been really, if it's like kind of a harsh thing, I've been really digging this even knob. And you just kind of turn it up, and it just makes it sound like fuller and fatter, and like the gain was just a little hairier, and like the speakers were being really pushed and maximized a little bit harder. So we'll go ahead and check this out. I'll go ahead and pump this up, and we'll flip between the different versions, the odd, even, and heavy. That way you guys can see what's happening. And for this particular one, because it is two separate guitar tracks, it's a left and a right, instead of running it in stereo mode, I'm going to have it in duo mode. That way it's two separate linear saturation circuits. So we'll go ahead and pump this up. We'll go ahead and switch between the three, and then we'll dial it back into the sweet spot. It's really easy to like that heavy option, but that's just because it's louder. I'm telling you. It's just like a combination of both, and that's really all it is. It's just overall saturation cranked. So I want even order harmonics added to this because that's pleasant and warm sounding to the ear. So we'll go ahead and dial this back in context in the mix. It's immediately like fattens it out. It's just like it rounds it, it fattens it, it makes the lows and like the low mids a little more exciting. For whatever reason, it's just how I feel about it. So we're going to pull up our fab filter just to see where we're sitting at spectrally. I like the low end boost, but whenever it goes down into the verses, it starts getting a little bit ringy. And from there, we can go and grab our multiband and just kind of put all that under control. Any palm music just kind of barks up at you. We want to keep that where it's at. And sick. So that's good. That's been tamed. So from there, we'll go ahead and tame out that high end like I was talking about. One of my favorite tools for that is this guy, Soothe 2. So this kind of like controls how deep it is, and this kind of controls like how wide the Q is and how it reacts. But it's another one of those like kind of like voodoo plugins that just kind of tames everything down. So we'll go ahead and use this and tame out the top end of these guitars a little bit, and that should be able to get me more volume out of them overall and more tone. So we'll go ahead and check this out. Sick. So that's gone ahead and smooth that out a lot. So from here, I want to make my guitars a little bit more punchy and a little bit more aggressive. And one of my favorite ones to do this with is the API 2500. Now when I'm dealing with stereo channels like this in compression, In the particular case of left and right guitars, where I don't want them to compress together, I want them to compress individually, I will always go for the mono version. That way I can go ahead and make the settings the way I want them, and then you hit this link button, and now they're acting independently of each other. Or, I guess technically this one does have the link knob. You can just run it down to independent, but I'm so used to running it this way just because of other compressors. So I'll go ahead and leave this linked, we'll dial it in, and then from there, we can unlink them. Sick. Now I'm really digging that. To me, that is a rocking guitar tone. JC, Fab Filter stuff. Wish I could afford all things. Dude, let me tell you what, man. It is one plugin at a time over here, buddy. I'm the same way. I grab, like, I'll have my eye on something, and then miraculously it'll somehow go on sale, like when I'm least expecting it. And then I'll, like, by, like, total fluke of life, run into a gig that's paid me exactly that amount of money. So I'm like, that's just life telling me that I need to be irresponsible right now and get this plug-in instead of eating this week, you know? How much do I typically compress my guitars? We'll see. I guess technically I am at the end of my guitars, so I can go ahead and switch over here 1 second. Pop on over to the chat room on you. Boom. So how much would I say I compress my guitars? I find more than 2 to 3 dB is too much. Let me take a quick look-see here. I'll switch it back over real fast, and we'll take a look at what they're doing on their heaviest moment. This is just the rhythms as of now. I guess they're pretty compressed coming out of the speakers, so we'll go ahead and here we go. Yeah, it's about, I'd say 2 or 3. Oh, wait, 1 second, we're diving into the chorus. Yeah, it's compressing harder on the verses just because of the low end palm chugs, but I'm with you there on the no more than like 2 to 3. It's whatever your ear says at the end of the day, and with that particular compressor, I'm sitting between 2, and whenever he's hitting the palms, it's just biting down that 1 extra dB. Again, added up with this guy too, and I think that's set. You know, it's not punching that hard on it, or let me see, it's not punching that hard. Yeah, it's not even hitting 3 dB, so we're not digging in too hard on it. And then again, that's if I need more control. Like the saturation, I guess technically is kind of like a compression stage because it rounds out a lot of those transients. And I think that's why I like it so much too, because it excites things and makes them wider, and gets them more towards the front of my speaker by kind of controlling those transients. And then from there I can get a little more of the attack and punch back using a slow attack time. That way the punch of the guitar comes in and then the compressor clamps down and starts to let go. So I'm trying to get that ideally to move not fully in time with my drums because I don't want my whole mix to sound like it's EDM-y, but I definitely want it to sway, you know, and it kind of instead of being just like a speaker in front of a cab, it's like a dude in a room kind of rocking. You know, that's kind of how I picture that one happening on guitar. And that's the only reason I compress it, is just to get that movement, that like dude's just kind of bouncing, you know. So Pat says, how about on guitar DIs? Do you ever compress those before hitting a reamp to even things out? I would say that to me is 100% dependent on the performance. So if a guy had a really solid right hand and just lays it down super consistent, and I don't touch it. You know, maybe boost a little bit of high end. My favorite thing to do that is the Mag EQ2. Anybody who's seen that guy, I'll pull it up real fast just so you can take a look at it. I'll use this guy, and it has the air band, and usually around 2.5 to 5, I'll boost a little bit of top end in it if I want that extra. Oops, my strings are kind of starting to go. I'll use that on the way in, but that's it. But that's not a bad idea. I've tried using that JST Transify on it for sure, just to get like more punch out of it, but I've never thought about just using a straight up compressor. I do have like a little 1176 guitar compressor pedal, but I haven't had the chance to use that yet, so might have to bust that sucker out on that. Let's see. Another good one too is that Billy Decker electric guitar, man. If anybody's seen that guy, use that guy. His bus glue series is sick, but his guitar one's one of my favorite ones. The electric, yeah. This thing is sick. It's not great on every occasion, but whenever it is good, man, it's a hard one to beat. And I'm one of those guys, like, I really like to stray away and stay away from those like one knob, you know, artist signature series plug-in things, because I'm like, man, like it's a pride thing. You know, you don't want to use them because you want to like find your own methods and try to beat the sound of the stock plug-in. But I'll bow down to that one. That's a sick one. Like I said, whenever it's working, it's working. But I try not to use those too much, because at the same time, I want to make my own mistakes. I want to be drugged through my own crap, and I want to carve my own sound that way. You know, they say, how do you learn how to talk? You learn how to talk by listening to others speak. So how do you learn how to mix? By practicing, and you're going to be a reproduction of your favorite music and your favorite records. So I just want to frame that as best as possible, and only use those plugins when I absolutely need them, or if I'm just absolutely crushing on time, then they're great. All right, so that is our rhythm guitar track. So we're going to go ahead and swap back on over. Looks like we have an intro guitar. We've got this waterfall guitar. We'll go ahead and tackle the solos after we've tackled the vocals. I like to do those last for whatever reason, because I like the vocal to lead me into the solo. So I need to know where the vocal's sitting in order to properly place that sucker. Because I've noticed with myself, if I try to place the solos before I place the vocals, I'm in like a back and forth. I don't, what twilight zone am I in? My, up is down, and my life doesn't make sense anymore, kind of situation, because I'm just fighting those relationships the entire mix. So we'll go ahead and start with these intro guitars. We've already got our rhythm guitars pretty much dialed in, so we'll listen to these intro guitars and see what they're sitting like. Do the same thing, make sure that they're going to have the punch that they need in the beginning. I dig them. I don't like how they trail off like that, though, so I'm gonna change that. Try right on the head. I mean, you just got to try things. Let's try it with the other rhythm guitars and just to see. You know, trade the guitars for the bass. Let's try it. I'm cool with that. It sounded weird without the bass, but with the bass, it rocks. All right, so we'll go ahead. These are like the extra layer guitars on top of the rhythm. So it's not like a dedicated intro part. So we'll go ahead and I'm gonna solo these out, and I'm gonna treat these like they're an effect to the original. That way, it just makes those actual rhythm beds punch really hard and hit really hard. Sick. So those are effective. We'll go ahead and blend them in with the originals in context with the mix. That way they're punching right and they have like the right. Because I just want it to sound like the original rhythm tracks, for whatever reason, have a little extra something on those hits. I don't want it to be like, oh my gosh, there's magically 4 guitar players standing on stage. See, bingo, it just adds like a little bed of like, there's like it's not even so much this part and an auditory guitar part. It's like almost like just a drone sound that comes in, and I like it as an effect. One second, I need to give it a little bit more tail. The cut on the end's a little bit too abrupt. We'll go ahead and call this part done. Awesome. So that's the intro guitars dialed up. Let's go ahead and see what's up with this waterfall guitar. I forgot about that part. That's cool. So it's already got a bunch of delay and stuff on it. Just gonna see where this is sitting. Maybe we just add a little bit of ambience to this and just call this one good. Let's try that. 1 second. These are my favorite little dudes. Maybe you just want to add something. I have this in UA form, but I don't like to use like all the DSP because I've only got 1 core. So whenever I need another 140 or a 250, there's some stock ones here in Space that are really good. I dig that. We'll go ahead and bring in the dry to 0 because we want it where we had it. Then we'll go ahead and bring this wet down. We'll start, say, -6. And we'll try this. Not bad, but I feel like it might need like a little bit of delay in front of it. Something to give it more carry. Let's try that. These are my favorite moments because you kind of like just get to be creative and just kind of be like, ooh, that needs to be longer. Let's go ahead and try that. Sounds like Game of Sonic. All right, that's plenty more carry. Let's try that in context. Maybe a little bit longer. Cool. I wanted to like kind of fill that space and go into the next spot. Still a little bit plain Jane to me. Can we dirty it up a little bit? Like I want this whole thing just to be dirty and grimy and in your face and just beat you up whenever you push play. It's kind of the vibe for this one. It's called Come to Me, but it's not like in a pretty way. 1 second. I had this dry button here. This is like a magical fuzz box. I love this thing. I'll go ahead and dial this in. I love all the dirt. Bring it. Bring on the dirt. Sweet. Like I like the primp and the polish and I'm gonna present it to you on a silver platter, but there's just also so much beauty in just raw and dirt and nasty. Whenever framed properly, it can just be just like it just has a vibe, you know? It's a vibe. So that's our waterfall guitar, that's our intro guitar, that's our main rhythm guitar. We have this funky guitar. Let's see what's up with funky guitar. Damn, where you at? When do you come in? There you come in right here. Let's go ahead and listen to how this thing comes in originally. All right, so it's like doing like it's reinforcing the chords on the intro and the re-intro, and then it's doing like an octave thing, it looks like, through the verses. Let me see what it does right here. If this is the re-intro or the chorus part real quick. I'm bad engineer. I haven't labeled this song yet, but like I said, this is from scratch, so this is all off the seat of our pants. Yeah, so it just goes right back to a reinforcer part. Okay. We can do some cool stuff with this. So, reinforcer means I want it right down the middle, but I want it also widened, but kind of not down the middle. So we'll grab some side widener. I definitely know I want that. So this is just, you just got to find creative ways to make things different. So we'll do that. We might end up duplicating this track. I don't know. We'll see what happens. Because I want this to be able to sit on top, but I don't want it to be in the center to get in the way of the kick drum, the snare, and the bass guitar. Because I like everything wide. I just like everything wide, like big, huge, wide mixes. And anything in the middle to me, other than what I want framed to be the center of my portrait, is distracting to me. And whenever there's not a vocal, and whenever there's not a lead, and whenever there's not an obvious like thing that needs to be in the frame, I just want to frame the whole band. To me, it's a whole band moment, and this is like, look at us, we're freaking badass. This is what we can do, and we're gonna get the hell out of the way for whoever's gonna be stepping into the spotlight and being framed as beautifully as we can frame them next. So right now, this is not a part that needs to be framed. This is a part that needs to be a part of the band and make the band badass. So that's what we're gonna try to do. Whenever it gets to that like one-liner part, this octave part, I want to mess around with taking that in a different direction. So I'm going to really quickly go through, listen to these, and we're going to separate these out. At least put little cuts on them. This looks like it might be part of that. 1 second. Anyway, we're just doing this so I just want to be able to get these on separate tracks real quick. So, again, younger Jordan, bad Jordan, you should have separated these tracks so older Jordan doesn't get mad at you. All right, cool. So then we can go ahead and take this guy and duplicate this funky guitar. And we want everything on it. So we've got the initial enforcer track, which comes in first. We have verses we don't need, which we'll go ahead and make that the bottom track down here. We're going to go ahead and go back to funky guitar, save the verses. So this goes right back to an enforcer track. So we'll go ahead and put the enforcer up top. And this back down to verse land. We're going to do this one more time. Because this is going to be its own thing. You just gotta have fun with it, guys. You know, like, it wasn't tracked this way. I wish I tracked it this way, so we're just gonna try to make it sound like we tracked it this way. Why not? And then we end with the enforcer track. Cool. So now everything's here all set out. And we're gonna relabel these because we're not lazy engineers. We go the extra mile to relabel our tracks. Boom, all right. So we're good to go, we're right back on track. All right, so now I've got this funky guitar. We'll go ahead and get this guy sitting right. Oh, and it just kind of drops off there too. 1 second. Does it every time. All right, so we're stuck with that. All right, so that's all right. So it's got like a like a harsh mid thing. We got to go ahead and tame out real quick. Sharp. And then we'll go ahead and run soothe on it too, because, oh no, all right, we'll go ahead and run soothe on it. Always just accidentally hitting that caps lock key. And magically, just like that, it's nice and pleasant. Had a little bit of a ring we had to pull out of there. Let's see. We got us a good question here real fast. We'll slip over while we're working on these reinforcers. Let's see. JC Moore says, when it comes to reinforced guitar lines or harmony lines, do you prefer to work with each part being double tracked or just being a single take of each line? Well, let's see. Whenever I'm doing stuff like this, if it's just an enforcer track and I get a mono track, I'm going to be throwing a widener on it just so I can get it out of the center's way. And I don't really want my guitars to be in a band frame spot. I don't want them to be one side heavy. If it's just like another, like a rhythm thing, you know, like if it's an actual like a complementary part or like a different voicing of a chord that's layered on top. That's I can stick that on one side for sure without having to add a widener to it and drive me crazy. But if it's just like a straight up reinforcer part, I'll get it away from the middle because I want the whole band to be framed. And the same thing goes if it's just like a reinforcer part. I wouldn't quad track my reinforcer parts. I would just double track them, and then because like there's always the argument of do you want more amps or do you want like 4 takes versus 2 takes? And I'm personally a 2 take guy. I'm a 1 take a side guy. Give me one solid set of chords on one side, one solid set of chords on the other side. And then if you want to add another layer on that, we'll do some extended voicing chords, maybe something in the upper register to complement that. That's not in the way of that spectral space. Because you can always run the same set of rhythms through multiple sets of amps and layer them on top of that and still get a really fat, really full sound with just one guitar per side. As far as the harmony lines, I will usually make somebody play a high and a low each. There'll be like a high harmony and a low harmony, and I'll have one person's high harmony on the left and their low harmony on the right, and then I'll flip that for the other person. So there was always like 4. There's definitely quads there just to make those sound really thick. But there's always a low octave right beneath it of the same person doubled on the other side. That way, like they're just not naked out there in the end with each other. Nice. I did just say I gotta add a little asterisk in there. I did just say that that I like one guitar per side, but that's if I'm doing a one guitar player band. Now note this was a one guitar rhythm player heavy band, and the other person was a lead player and a fairy dust player, which means he did like all the bells and whistles on top. So whenever I'm doing like a 2 guitar player band, I will have them do one solid lead track on the left, one solid lead track on the right. Go through and make sure that they are perfect identical left and rights, and then I will do the exact same thing for the other person. And that to me, it gets rid of weird human nuances between the left and the right sides that will make guitars sometimes sound inconsistent even whenever they're not. It just makes it sound a little wider, a little fatter that way to me in the long run. But again, there's always situations where you don't need to do that. So at that time, I thought that this was the case, but whenever it comes to this like picking part in the verse, I definitely wish I would have had him double that. That would have been nice to have that wide and huge. Because everything else is, and it's just this one guitar part on its own. So we'll find a creative way to get that to sit and not feel like it's all naked and just kind of not invited to the party. Which is what we're getting ready to do right now. Kind of has that same like almost false sounding high end to me as the original rhythms did. Probably the same exact speaker and guitar at that time. We were flying by the seat of our pants on these sessions. Come back and watch the rest tomorrow. No worries. Thanks for stopping in. I really appreciate you hanging out. That's great. Thanks for watching. So we're here on guitars, and then next will be vocals and solos. In between that, we'll go ahead and take a breather. So we're gonna knock out these funky guitars and this bridge guitar part, and then we'll go ahead and take we'll go ahead and do that, and then we'll take a 10-minute breather, 10 to 15, and then we'll come back in fresh and start dialing down these vocals. So we'll go ahead and get these guys sitting right. Okay, I'm not mad at this at all. Kind of like warmed it up a little bit. Got rid of some of the high-end offensiveness, for sure. Now, you do not need no 100 hertz in a part that's doing this. So, I'm sorry, you can't come to the party 100 hertz. Going for more of like the telephone guitar. I know it sounds a little bit weak right now, but trust me, whenever it gets in with the other guitar, it'll be fine. You need to go ahead and take out some of this offensive high end as well. It's still a little bit sharp, a little bit piercing to me. He is. Sick. So we'll go ahead and dial this back in, or get this sitting right in the track, and then we'll figure out how we're going to kind of give it its own sound. So it still has like that hollow, phased out sound to me just a little bit, and I know that's a desirable thing for some guitar players, and I'm not the person at all to try to achieve those tones for you, because I'm not that guy. I just don't. I like my guitar tones to be spectrum to spectrum, full and rich and in your face. So whenever you get that like kind of scoopy, phasey mid-range thing going on, I'm just, I don't like it. I don't like it. We're gonna go ahead and make this rich and full and warm. That's the goal here. We've already saturated it one time with the Chef's Omni channel. We've already dug out a lot of this high end. I don't want to just go start grabbing Soothe like it's just got in here lots of stuff already. Lost a lot of stuff already. Oh, dude, Felipe, you're good, man. I'm gonna go ahead and archive this on my channel so you guys can go back at any time. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna archive this, and I'm gonna timestamp it for like drums and then bass and then guitar, so you guys can come back later and on your own time. And if you want to, you can just go ahead and just replay these things over and over and over again, and then come tell your friends to throw shit at my house whenever your mixes are turning out like crap, because I'm just throwing things at the wall here and I'm getting absolutely lucky. No, I'm just kidding, guys. But seriously, no, this will be timestamped and archived. That way you guys can reference this. I'm gonna try to do, like I said, I'm going through my vault, so I'm gonna try to maybe do one of these. I'm toying with the idea of maybe once a week, maybe once every other week. I just got to contact the bands and make sure that they're cool with it. That's the biggest thing. So we've got, all right. So back to this guy. We've got this guy dialed in. It's sitting right. Let's go ahead and find a way to make it. Or that's right. We've saturated it. We've dug out a lot of high end on it. I'm gonna saturate it again, because again, I like things hairy and scary, man. I don't. For this band, if I'm gonna go dirty, if I'm gonna go grimy, don't half-ass it. Just go dirty and grimy. Just do it. So there we go. So it's a little bit more. I like what it did to the lows and the low mids. I feel like I've lost a little bit of the high end, but I don't mind that. It's kind of like tamed it out originally. So I'm going to bypass this whole chain, these three plugins, and we'll see what it was like before and what it's like now. All right, so I pushed the saturation too far. It's got too much crisp and breakup on it, so I'm going to go ahead and pull that back. But then like this high-end fizz starts coming back in that I don't like. So I'm just going to push it and see what it sounds like in context. Like right in there, it just starts warming up. It's like it's warmer, it feels better. I'm not as offended, so I'm going to try this. Well, I wish I would have doubled it like that. I wish that was doubled. That would have lifted that whole part 1 degree extra. But hey, that's how you learn, right? You look back and you go, man, I should have done that. So next time, whenever you reach that situation, you do it. You officially ruined me on a certain. I'm sorry, Chris. Oh my gosh, guys, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize I'm sitting here not showing my screen. Guys, say something here. Got to be like, yo, Jordan, you're spacing. Show us the goods on the screen. So, yeah, so, all right, so I'm going to backtrack, though, because, guys, I totally didn't know my screen wasn't showing. So I pushed the saturation on that Funky Guitar 2 part, which is that part in the verse, this guy. With this, and then I've gone ahead and rolled off some of the high end. And then from there, I've gone in with that Pro Q2, I've obliterated the high end there, and rolled off a lot of the lows there. And then the saturation knob I've pushed, and I've got it on the neutral setting as of now. So that's where that guy's sitting. And then we're going to go ahead and find a way to creatively get this to fit and not feel so just naked one guitar, just kind of stranded desert island part right now. So the idea I'm doing here is I'm going to add a bunch of width to it. I'm going to put this delay on 0 for the left side, that way it's original. And on the right side, I'm going to change this one to, say, about 30. I'm going to put the mix here to 50%. No feedback, no extra length added to it. I'm just going to kind of see what this is sounding like real quick. Instantly wider, instantly better. Josh London. Yeah, thanks, bro. I'm showing you the goods. I'm not keeping anything secret. That's my goal. I'm sorry, guys. I do not want to keep anything secret or hidden from you guys. I want to let you guys all in on this. You guys, like, steal my brain. Like, this is all for you guys. Like, learn it. I'm having as much fun doing this, just mixing songs and letting you guys in to see this stuff. But, all right, so the trick to this is to keep it within 30 milliseconds. That way your brain thinks it's all still coming from one source. If you do it any farther and you start to monoize your mix or throw it down into one speaker, you're gonna start phasing that guitar out, guys. It's gonna start sounding really weird and really thin and just not pleasant. So we'll keep it within 30, but keep it bigger than 40. Keep it within 30, but bigger than 14. The idea is that it takes 14 milliseconds for a sound from a sound to hit one side of the ear to the other. So as long as it's bigger than that, you'll have the stereo image. As long as it's smaller than 30, you won't start running into weird phase problems. So it's standing out. It's wider. It's no longer a weird part on its own, but it's still pretty naked. So we're gonna add some vibe to it. All right, we're just gonna add a little bit of a room to this, and I do this directly on the parts versus doing like traditional. You'd create an effects channel and run it through an aux and all this. But I know this is the only guitar I'm gonna want this on, so I'm not gonna waste an entire send, even though I have like an infinite amount in digital. I'm just not gonna, why would I go through all that when all I have to do is just put it on this one guitar and that's all I want. So we'll go ahead and dial in this reverb after that delay. Same vibes, I'm going to put this at 14. Dial the wetness back a little bit. Now this is one of those parts where I'm like, I don't exactly know if I want it to be a part of the background or if I want it to be a part of the foreground yet. So I'm just going to dial it in so I know it sounds good, and then I'll get a better picture of how to frame this once the vocal gets back in. You said 50, but it's 5% there, right? Is it right? On that delay, 1 second. Now the mod delay, that's 100%. Oh, my bad. Yes. So 50 basically, my bad. So it's going to be dry and wet. Dry, wet. So the left side is dry, and then the right side is 100% wet. So I guess if I needed to, I could just move this however I wanted to, and it's still not going to be affected because this is still dry. So that's what I meant by like 50%. So I want only the right side affected and only the left side dry. So there's that for you guys. And this is just a stereo delay. This is this Avid stock delay, mod delay 3. And just run the left side at 0. Or you can just link it all and run it both at 30 and just remove the mix fader on the left side down to 0%. That way it's a dry wet combo. And then from there it's down into some reverb just to give it a little more sense of glue into the tracks that are already there. So that's sitting for me a lot better in the track. Like I said, I don't know how to frame that better once I get a vocal in it. Here's the third part. I'm listening to this guy real quick. Alright, so it's like the only little pre-chorus guitar part of its kind on here. So I'm going to try this little thing I don't usually use. This guy. Let's try this. Just an oddball thing. We'll just grab a left field plugin. That's kind of cool. What happens if we do, like, is this an on button? Oh, look at that, an on button. Let's hit the wide thing here. That's really cool. 1 second. Ooh. You guys know me and my dirty mixes. It's just trash. I like the direction, but it's just way too much feedback on it. Also, I think the delay time is set too soon, so let me go ahead and pull this in. Reel her back a little bit. Let's see, stereo question, kick and snare. I will definitely, I'll answer that one here in just 1 second. Let me finish this guitar out real quick, and we'll dial. I got you there. No worries. 1 second here. It has this like high-end like little whippy thing going on, like a string whippy sound. I'm gonna go ahead and filter some of that out. Like, I don't mind it in the actual performance, I just don't want that to be carried in the delay. I'm going to do the same thing with the saturation. Give it some vibe. It's the same exact guitar part, so I'm going to go ahead and... Actually, it's the same one as this here. So we're going to soothe it a way it shares a similar thread. That's way too much on this, so we'll dial this back. Dial this guy back here. I'm kind of digging that, how that's sitting right there. So I'm going to go out of this part, out of the verse part, into the pre-chorus part, into the enforcer part, and just make sure that all three of those little cuts that we made are kind of helping the part in the way that needs to help the part. Like going back, I already need more of that. Then we need that last enforcer track to really kick in to bring it up from there. Also, I think I might still have too much delay happening here, so let me pull this back down. I keep on wanting to push it, but I need to pull it. Gonna go back here real quick and review this. Double check my intro guitars real quick. We don't have to come back and look back at them. Awesome. So I'm going to do a quick before and after of where we are now. And I'm going to open up the floor for questions real quick, and then we'll take a little break. So put this back on for streaming purposes. That way that's still consistent. So this is where we were before. And this is where we're at now. Sick. So let me go ahead and save this over here. I'll pop over to my question box on you guys real fast. And then whenever I come back after questionnaire, we will dive into lead vocal, solo, and getting into effects. So popping over here. Let's see, we've got, talking about the 50 thing, got that. Serious question. That's right, the kick and snare thing. Kick and snare, really smack the mix bus comp too hard when I get them where I like them. I got you there. So the trick that I'd do to that, I used to do the same thing. I'd be lobbing, like smashing that compressor and like having to lob the limiter off to get everything else up, but I would still love how everything sounded. But everything else would sound super weak whenever I would get it into a system because my drums would be so overpowering. So I end up, that's the secret to that for me, is this crush bus. So whenever, I'll just isolate this real quick without the crush bus. I'll go ahead and add the crush bus in. You see, with that guy in, I'm able to get like all that punch and attack, and I'm only hitting my master bus by 1 dB. So without it, I know a lot of that too is coming from this tape machine I've got. The tape machine is just going to take all that transient information and just like round it out. So it takes all those like sharp transients of the digital world and just kind of evens it out and brings everything else up in a pleasant way without like clipping it or really having to hit a compressor. So I'll go ahead and bypass this in and out real quick. You hear like how instantly sharp everything gets. It's just like immediately like pokey. So it's like it's just like a little bunch of little tiny things along the way. Like there's no compression on the kick. I haven't compressed the snare at all. There's none. No compressing on the overheads. The only compressing on the shells I've done is on the snare bottom and on the tom. All the compression's happening at the bus. So The BX Townhouse is hitting by like right here in the middle. Attack time 10 and 100. And then I've got the shells are getting just absolutely railed by this talkback limiter. And then that's going into my all drum bus. And I do that in case I want to throw a clipper right here. Every now and again I want to throw a clipper. I want to throw a clipper in the beginning. Felipe, don't know if you talked about it already, but I have some trouble getting the low end right. A lot of times it gets boomy. Got any tips on helping that out? Is it Felipe? Felipe, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, man. Yeah, but tricks to getting the low end right. That's tricky, man. But the way I look at the low end, as I literally, sorry guys, I literally separate it into sections in my brain in a spectrum. So if I'm going to, oh gosh, where'd my mouse go? Boom. So if I'm going to look at low end like in a spectrum, here's my fab filter. I'm looking at low end as like from here about 150 down for me. So I've only got 150 cycles of sound to deal with to separate and to make play nice with each other. So whenever there's a bass guitar that needs to be down here in 150 and all the way down to 30 hertz or 32 hertz and 40 hertz, and whenever there's a kick drum that has a fundamental at 50 hertz and some low end of the guitar is reaching down there into 150 and the bottom end of the snare is punching at 150, right all in that sweet spot, the trick is finding ways to carve out little frequency spaces for everything to play nice. And one way I do that, like with the bass, and I'll get into that too whenever I'm get into more finalizing this mix, is I will sidechain that low end of the bass to the kick drum at whatever the fundamental of the kick drum is going to be. That way, whenever the kick hits, the bass gets out of the low way, or the low end of the bass gets out of the way of the kick drum, and everything comes back together at the bus, where that compressor is kind of just gluing it all back together. And then I'll go ahead and I got another really good trick for getting your low end to sit together and glue, but still be really, really, really punchy. And I'll dive into that one as soon as we're done with vocals, because as soon as I'm done with the vocals and the effects, I'm going to dive straight into mix bus, and I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get this mix bus rocking. I'm going to go ahead and walk you guys through at least my pseudo mastering chain, what I'm doing before I deliver my mixes to a client in the real world. So you guys will get a good taste of all that as well if you stick around. Let's see what else we got here from the question room. JC says, my crush bus is usually JST gain reduction dialed back a bit, usually only on shells. Do you adjust your low end trick as you deal with your lower tuned guitars? Yes. Yes and no. So I will do the low end trick at the mix bus level. For me is 100%. I'm just gluing frequencies and transients together and getting them just to play nice and within a certain amount of dynamic range, so everything is hitting my speaker evenly and all my attack is still there and all my sustain and transients amongst frequencies are still there. Whenever I'm doing let's see, whenever yeah. All right, so yeah, the low tune guitars. For me, low tune guitars, my two secret weapons for those guys are going to be Fab Filter Pro Q3, just because it's an EQ that has dynamics as an afterthought. So I can go ahead and I can control all the low end subsonics whenever they go down there into palm chugs. I can do all that with Fab Filter Pro Q3. If I need to take it one step further than that, and I need something that has more dynamic control than a just dedicated auto function, I will 1000% be diving into Fab Filter Pro MB, which is this guy right here, and I can just separate it out, and it's got all my advanced functions right here for attack time and release. And if anybody out there, if you only have, like I always tell people, if you've only got the budget for one, you need to think of it two different ways. Fab Filter Pro Q3 is a really, really, really high quality EQ with dynamics as an afterthought. Pro MB is a really, really, really high quality multi-band dynamics processor with EQ as an afterthought. So it really all depends on if you want really good dynamics processing or if you want really good EQ processing. both of them together have changed my life. I highly recommend penny pinching, selling lemonade, selling used socks on eBay, telling people you found Britney Spears bubblegum to get it. Sickness. Well, let's see. Got any more questions coming in? Awesome. Well, right on, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick 10-15 minute break. I know the screen says 10. I might take a 15. Just kind of hang out, stick around. After this, after I come back, we're diving into lead vocals, background vocals, solos, and then we're going to go ahead and dive into vocal effects, solo effects, all the goodies to make your vocals go from mono to wide, and all of the challenges I'm going to have on this one, because I only recorded one vocal the entire way through the song. I have backup vocals on the choruses, but like there's no separation between, oh, this is a verse vocal and there's like, verse backups, or this is a chorus vocal and there's chorus, and it's just one vocal just all the way through. So again, younger Jordan, darn you for getting older Jordan, but it's okay. It's okay. Whenever you're frustrated at your younger self, it just means you're learning. At least that's what I tell myself to sleep good at night. All right. Well, right on, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and switch on over. We'll catch you guys in 10 to 15. What's going on, guys? And we are back. We are officially back. I missed you guys. I know it's been a while. Had to go top off my coffee. Timer's going off and over here to remind me to come back and see you guys. All right. So this is the money-making moment. We're going to be diving into vocals. We're going to be diving into background vocals, lead vocals. We're going to be diving into guitar solos. We're going to be diving into vocal effects. Everything besides the band that's going to be delivering the message and the main emotion of the songs and all that fun stuff. So, all of you guys out there still tuned in, we're going to go ahead and, Felipe, what's up, dude? Glad you're still hanging in there. Awesome. Well, one person, you're all I need, buddy. We're going to go ahead and continue. So we're going to go ahead and dive on into lead vocals. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and I've got my all vocal bus right here. This is where my lead vocal track is bus to. It's got the little trim plug-in on it, and it's got the Goldfoss plug-in on it. Again, it's one of those like Black Magic, Wild Voodoo plugins. You just kind of, it's just going to kind of do its thing. All on its own, it's just going to do its thing. You just kind of set it and forget it. So let's go ahead and dive into this. We're going to listen to the lead vocal in context of the mix because I don't really like doing a lot with the lead vocal outside of the mix because no one's ever going to listen to the isolated lead vocal of your mix unless they're crazy and just trying to hunt it down on YouTube, to which case, let them. Go ahead. That's an awesome compliment. But we're not going to do a lot like that. So let's go ahead and listen to it.
Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. So I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. I see you laughing. Ooh, baby, are you looking right? Well, my heart is calling to give with you on through the night. Well, I see you laughing.
Off the bat, you can see it's a little bit up and down. It's a little bit all over the place. Dynamically speaking, we didn't have a tracking compressor in the house, I believe, at the time to do this one. So as you can see, it's a little bit, there's some stuff that's up, there's some stuff that's down. We can fix a lot of that just by using clip gain and Pro Tools, which if you guys aren't totally hip to, all you have to do is make a highlight in a selection, hold Shift and Control, and then just with your little cursor wheel, I've got one of those Kensington trackballs, you just spin the ball, but with your wheel, you just go up and go down, and or go down and go up, and it'll tweak it where you want it. So you can go through and kind of just like fine tune these guys really quickly, just so your gear's not working. I'll leave that one down. Just gonna want those two up. All right. So usually where I'm going to start here is with a compressor of some kind. So I've got two that are my go-to absolute industry faves, and I'm going to audition those two. We're going to shoot them out and see which one sounds best for this vocal, starting with the distressor. All right, here we go.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said,
Of course, anything at all that says distortion, I'm gonna press it.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's I see you looking, I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. I see you looking, ooh, from across the room.
Immediately, you can tell, like right off the bat, vocal's way more level. It's got way more like just, it's got like some saturation to it that's just really, really, really pleasant. That I want to say is coming from this plugin, because I don't really get it anywhere else. Like this plugin's one of those like plugins. It can get really aggressive and mean and really obvious, or it could be really subtle and beautiful, but still maintain some aggression to it. And that's one reason why I really, really like it on a vocal, because of its transparency and also because of its little sonic thumbprint it leaves on things. So my other go-to is the CLA 76, the Bluey edition. And I'll run it all buttons in. I'll start with the release as fast as I can get it, attack straight up and down. And I'm usually trying to get it bouncing and spitting somewhere in the 7 to 5 range. So we'll go ahead and dial that in now.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. I see you looking, ooh, from across the room.
So this one's also doing a really good job of like leveling the vocal out. But I feel like it's not as like open-ended, as it doesn't have like the same exact top end to me as the distressor does. So let's go ahead and pull back the distressor, and I'm gonna A/B these really fast. Distressor versus the CLA 76 Bluey, which the Bluey's been my go-to for heck probably the past 5 years, and then I got the distressor the end of last year, and that's kind of been in my chain. So we'll go ahead and see what's up with these guys, in and out each.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room.
It was a false start. Sorry.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. So I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. I see you laughing.
So I like the sound and the openness of the distressor, but it's not as aggressive as the 76s. So I'm going to see if I can get some more aggression out of the distressor and call that the winner. Let's see.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. I see you looking, I see you looking, ooh, from across the room.
Loving it. All right, so from there, I've got my main source of like leveling and vibe. Stage 1 is now in place. So from here, I'm gonna go ahead and pull up my FabFilter Pro Q3. If it decides to pull up on me, come on. All right, there we are. I'm gonna go ahead and just kind of like look at what's happening on the vocal. I know there's like some low-end chestiness. I know that's kind of pushing me out. It's the same vibe. I don't want to like be met with the lead vocal. I don't want it to be like a two-dimensional picture in front of my face. That's like it's like something that's pushing me out of the mix. I want it to be something that's like kind of teasing me to like fall into my speakers, and that's the only way I can describe it. Like when I'm dealing with it, like I want it to kind of like lure me in, and I want it to be like that bait that like sucks me into the beauty of this mix, or whatever mix you're working on. So we're gonna start off by getting rid of some of this low end.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's moving. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me.
That's a start for me. All right, so from here we'll go ahead and I'll pull up our good buddy FabFilter Pro MB. You're gonna see I use these two a lot. These are like my workhorses ever since I got them in the tool chest. I can't really get away from them. Okay, so from here, what I'm gonna do and how I set up my crossover points in multi-band compressors is I just kind of like watch the frequency response of what's happening, and then the crossover points will become apparent to you visually. So like what I'll do is I'll watch it and I'll see like within these 5, I'll watch what's happening and I'll think, is there any way I can separate it into 5 ways? And you'll definitely start seeing it happen. So that's what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to watch what's going on, and then I'm going to really start dialing into what each one of these is doing.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. I see you laughing.
So I've got to pretty much like the crossovers where the frequencies are separated into like little clusters and groups. You know what I mean? Like there's little spikes and peaks in each one of these. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the dynamic, like the thresholds, to level these out. I'm not actually going to grab an EQ because I don't want this dynamic, or I've already established a curve for the vocal. So I don't want to like fully damage that curve. What this is going to do is it's going to take any frequencies that are poking out of the vocal and even it all out. And then the next thing we're going to do is add an EQ to add some more life to it. So we'll start here and we're going to go ahead and even out this vocal.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me.
I know it looks like there's a lot going on right now. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bring a lot of this back.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me.
I'm going to go ahead and use this to push a little bit more air into it. Get rid of these lows. And then what the low end of his vocal still sounds a little flat to me. So I'm going to go ahead and open this attack up to get a little more punch out of it. And then we'll go ahead and bring this release down. That way the low end is still kind of barking at the speaker a little bit, but it's still under control.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good.
And we'll start bringing them back so the curve is kind of dancing with where it originally was.
I see you looking,
that's the frequency line. So I want it really like controlled. That's what I'm looking for. Is like the frequencies are all happening, and I want them controlled. I'm also kind of like painting a little bit of a curve into it.
I see you looking from across the room.
Now this particular band here, this purple one, band 4, I don't really mind that one really ducking out hard. I'm actually probably going to bring this one in a little faster because that's acting kind of like a de-esser. It's pulling out a lot of that sibilance and harshness in the vocal.
I see you looking from across the room. Well, your body's grooving.
It opens it up. I'm going to bring a little bit more of this low end back though.
I see you looking from across the room.
And now it's controlled. Everything, all of the different frequency nodes and peaks of his vocal are now pinned and controlled right where I want them. That way now I have the freedom to shape them. So I've compressed it, given it vibe and character. I've given that vibe and character a little bit of curve that my ear personally likes, that I enjoy. And then I'm going to take that and control it within itself. And now I'm going to give it some analog vibe with this mag EQ.
I see you looking from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me.
Right now, to me, that's a workable vocal.
I see you looking. I see you looking. I see you looking.
I'm even going to push a little bit more air into it.
I see you. I see you looking. I see you looking.
There we go. Because I know we recorded this on a 149 tube. It's an expensive tube mic, and I want that expensive tube top end to really shine through, especially like with the way his voice is and how many breaths he's taken. You can make it sound really warm and pleasant.
I see you looking from across the room.
Awesome. Now, still a little bit essy, a little bit spitty, so I'm going to put my finalizer on here, which is also our good buddy Soothe. Coming back to the party. It's a good one. Now on this guy, I'm going to go ahead and crank the quality of it a little bit. Real-time oversample 2.
I see you looking from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. I see you looking from across the room. Well, your body's grooving.
And it just kind of takes out some of those like unwanted resonances. And then we take our vocal and we absolutely pin it to the wall. This is the highest quality multi-band limiter I have. So that's the one we're going to use. No dither on it. I don't want to dither until I'm on my master bus. You never double dither. High separation. I think there's one here. Yep, vocal priority. Boom. We'll go ahead and leave that guy up.
I see you looking from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me.
You don't want to like absolutely completely limit it, but you want to go ahead and give it like a ceiling that says, no, you're not going to get any higher than this. And I like doing that with this particular plugin because it's multi-band. So it's not just going to broadband limit that vocal. It's going to just limit the problem area, and the rest of the vocal is allowed to just be the vocal. So to me, this is sounding pretty solid.
I see you looking. I see you looking.
All right, now from here, I would add in backup vocals. So we'll go ahead and do that.
Come to me. Now come to me.
All right, some just gang vocals. And I'm going to treat these kind of like the same way I treated that intro guitar part, where I don't really want it to be a huge deviation from the lead vocal. I definitely want it to be a backup vocal, and I definitely want it to be heard, but I don't want it to be like just sticking out like a sore thumb. You know, you don't want it to be just like everybody's cool at the party and everyone's hanging out, but then there's like that one person and it's the backup vocals, and you mixed it, so they're like, why is the backup vocals not invited to the party? So don't be that guy, man. Invite them to the party. That's what we're gonna do. But we're still gonna give them their own identity. They're not gonna be all fake. And we're just gonna go wild left field and go modern with it. Why not? So I've got these guys soloed out. I've got Pixelator pulled up. This is one of my favorite ways to make something a little bit different.
Come to me. 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 Come to me.
All right, so it's got like this like digital kind of like bit crushy sound going on with the original one. I think somebody in here earlier had talked about gain reduction, so let's go ahead and try that one.
Come to me. Come to me.
Pull this body way down, and I know whenever you push this gain past that little tiny notch, you start introducing a saturation circuit, and we know how I feel about saturation. So we'll go ahead and let's just do that. And we'll just pull the fader way down.
Come to me.
Already love it. I'll go ahead and blend that in with our pixelated sound, and we'll see what we got.
Come to me. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me.
All right, so we have a thing happening here. I kind of like it. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of this low end that we don't need in backup vocal. You want all the lows to be reserved for our guitars, bass, and drums.
Come to me. Come to me. Come to me.
And we'll just go ahead and copy that guy on over.
Come to me. Come to me. Now come to me. I see you laughing. Ooh, baby, are you looking right? Now come to me. Now come to me.
Now it's not bad, but it's still not like just different. So we're gonna go ahead and make it different. And I want to treat these guys together. Normally I would never touch my master bus, but for the sake of I've only got 2 tracks going here, as long as I do it before the trim, I'm okay. So let's go ahead and do that. We're just going to saturate it again. I feel like I've already used Shep's Omni channel a lot. I've already used, let's use a wild card. I think these guys have a saturator. Distortion? Is that it? Is that a thing? Let's try it. It's gonna let me try it. Did I break it? It works. So let's we'll know real quick if this is a fit or not.
Come to me. Come to me. Come to me.
I'm liking what it's doing. I'm listening to context.
Come to me. Come
like it. I think this it's making them sound thicker, like thicker and bigger than they are. And since I've already done this, I'm going to go ahead and just dedicate this section to backup vocal effects, so I don't have to, again, just waste buses. So I would take this and widen it a little bit. I've already used JST side widener a lot, so we'll start using something else. That way it's not all one thing. What do we got in here? I don't know. There's some kind of widener. Vocal doubler. That could be kind of cool. Sound field. What do we have in here? Stereo width. Manipulator. Side widener. Width knob. Let's try that. That's nope. Nope. I know this plugin. This doesn't do what I want it to do. Well, what else do we got? Let's try this vocal doubler. That's kind of like a widener. We'll see what happens here.
Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me.
Not mad at that one at all. So shout out to Isotope Vocal Doubler for coming in and hitting me out of left field. That's awesome. All right, so from there, some kind of an ambience and vibe. Now for these ones, well, I might use. All right, so this is where I'm gonna start getting into effects. So we'll start with a traditional snare verb. Some Tom Love. This will be the RMX 16. This will be the EMT 140. EMT 250. This will be slap 1, slap 2, guitar room, lead vibes. Damn, 10. We got 10 different effects rocking. Let's go ahead and start assigning these things. So I know I'm going to start with the vocals because I already know I want some love on those right now. So again, space is a great one for whenever you don't want to use a UAD piece of processing. They did just release their RMX 16, but this one's a great one, and I put this on either the ambient setting or the room setting, and I'm going to start today on the room. We're just going to see how it sounds. So that's up. Now the EMTs on vocals is where I try not to skimp. So this is where I'll use the UAD ones. Same here. On the 250s. Oh, it's going to let me get away with it. Happy day. All right. Slap H verb all day. Or sorry, H delay. Same thing with slap 2. Guitar room is going to be space. And here's rooms. I really like Signature Sound Studio A. Lead vibes, these are wild cards. Early reflections, I should probably put this one first actually, because lead vibes is always a wild card. Let's see if it's going to let me get this. I cannot spell apparently today, guys. I'm sorry. What? It's not in there? I refuse to believe this. 1 second. Precision delay. What's happening here? There you are. Ah, wah wah. All right. Well, a good second for this. R verb. I hate this new interface they have going on. Alright, we'll just turn the reverb all the way down. We'll leave the early reflections up. Bring my time down, pre-delay up. And we'll fully diffuse it. Bring some high end back. And we'll just start with these guys. And we'll just kind of see what's happening with them. We'll turn my effects bus on. I'm not going to be needing my snare in this yet. So we'll go ahead and start with the lead vocal. And we'll just start adding stuff. So track. Go to the bottom. RMX 16. And whenever I create these, I try to only just have to make them once. So RMX 16, EMT 140, the 250, and I'll just start with the first slap for this one. I don't know if I'm going to need a second slap. So we'll just kind of start bringing these guys up, seeing how they're sounding. Yes, please on that instantly, because it just makes everything like wider, like pow, like boom. It's wider. So I'm moving on to the lush plate vibes. Tiny bit of vibe in there. We're going to go ahead and pull up some 250, and I usually like running this guy pretty long. This will be like a really long one. A lot of low end, high end's good. Everything else is solid. One time I'll turn noise off. Only time. That's it. It's the only time you'll ever see me do it. Sick. And of course, we're going to dial all these guys back as we go. So, slap 2. We'll go ahead and get this guy set up as a slap real fast. I don't really care about BPM on this one. I have my little magical numbers I usually work around for slaps. I don't like the analog on this. So I want my effects to be pretty transparent. I don't want them to be dirty. Sick. So now we've got some vibe and some ambience happening on these vocals. We'll go ahead and do slap 2. Will be for the background vocals. So we'll go ahead and assign these guys slap 2. This will be an even tighter sounding slap. This is just, again, just to add some vibe. Just to make them sound a little bit wider than they're supposed to be. I want to get into the guitar solo so bad. Alright. So this isn't sounding terrible at all. At least I don't think so. It doesn't sound bad over here on my speakers. So the only thing I want to do is maybe pull down this reverb a little bit. I think that might be a little bit invasive right now. Now I will carpet bomb the rhythm guitars with some verb.
Come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me.
And then the thing about the effects and the verb is I just try to dial them in as fast as I can. That way I'm not like overanalyzing and overthinking anything. It's just like boom, 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 cool. That feels right, go. That feels right, go. And then if I do a playback and I'm like, ooh, that just feels wrong, then I'll just mute it. I don't want to try to like force something to work that's just not working. So we've got guitar room rocking there. We'll go ahead and throw the guitar room on the lead. Oh man, I'm getting ahead of myself. I shouldn't do it. Don't do it yet. Okay. We got to dial in. We got to EQ it and get it sitting right first. All right. So I've got the vocals in where I think a good place is right now. Let's go ahead and tackle this first solo. Like that's really good right out of the chute. Like again, these are just amps and cabs. I think I'm gonna start by filtering off some of the low end. Awesome, and then I've got my favorite compressor for solos is the CLA3A or the LA3A, but I don't have the UAD version, and I've hit my limit on UAD. So here we go. And then we're gonna bring back our good buddy Soothe. I'm telling you, it's just the one that like lets things just sit right, and you can get them hotter in your mix just using a little bit of Soothe. It goes a long way. Awesome, and this is where we're going to start using these early reflections over here. So we'll just start by bringing up a little bit of the room, and here comes early reflections. And every time I bring up those guys, I'm just trying to go as fast as I can. I'm trying really hard to I'm not looking at the screen. I'm just focusing on the sound and how the part is feeling in the mix to me. So now that solo is done. Let me go ahead and copy these over to the other solo. And just like that, the guitar solos are placed. So that's lead vocals done. backup vocals done. Lead vocals and backup vocals effects done. Rhythm guitar effects done. Lead guitars done. Lead guitar effects done. Snare verb. Now this one for me is like a. I never know what I want to go with because there's so many like awesome options and they're all totally workable. So I always have analysis paralysis when it comes to picking a good snare reverb. So I'll just go with lately. I've been feeling. Where's it? IR Live. They have a room in here that I really like. It's the shortest one. Yeah, this one. Just takes that snare and makes it just that much wider. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of finesse this into place a little more. It just takes that snare and just takes it from going right here in the center, just like from boom boom, just to pow. Just I love it. And we're going to do the exact same thing with the toms. So same exact verb. Only thing is instead of using one, I'm going to use two because it's just a little bit longer. And then I'm going to shorten it because that's too long. So I just want it like a little over, like not even 2 seconds, like 1.1, 1.2. Come on. Give it to me. I want it. There. And again, we've only got one tom, so how easy is this? This is the easiest drum verb situation I've ever been in my life. I have to like pan all these crazy things within the drum verbs. Some tom love. Here we go. You find a tom, and we'll dial this in. Oh! Okay, hey. Hey, you got me there. All right, so I'm assuming I had the button pushed for the entire reverb answer. I'm sorry, there's a long delay here. Okay. Okay, didn't get any of the answer and still no sound. Okay, so I think I've got this fixed and rocking now. So, okay, reading back on the question. When talking reverbs, I usually make the left guitar reverberate on the right and vice versa. Is there any cons to this? I would say, right off the top of my head, I would say there's no cons to that. First, let me say I do apologize for the sound situation. I accidentally had my mute button pressed. But I would say there's not a con to that, as long as you're staying within that or outside of that 30 millisecond delay. I would say you're probably safe. I say inside that 30 millisecond delay, you start getting weird phase problems whenever you sum it to mono, like in like a cell phone or like a Bluetooth speaker or something like that. And that's just because you're taking a direct copy of the signal, affecting it and putting it out of alignment by 30 millisecond by however much milliseconds on the other side. So whenever you sum that, you're going to have some weird phase problems. That's why I've tried to keep them on the same side. And normally I would put my guitars at about maybe 90, maybe 80%, and then have my reverbs all the way on the outside. But I've just been rocking everything wide open, left, center, right with my guitars lately. And I think it's just I'm just chasing width in my mixes right now, like in my personal growth. So I want everything wide. So I don't want anything to like cross over. I just want it to be wide. I hope that answers your question there, Felipe. Let's see here. See, Tom Love's done. That's done. Drum Love's done. These guys, let me make sure that this waterfall guitar is now where it needs to be, coming out of the solo.
Yes.
See, I need way more of that now that the solos and the vocals are in.
I see you grooving. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching to.
See, now earlier I thought that I had too much top end happening on the bass. Now I definitely want more of that like attack back. And I remember I said I wanted to slow down the attack time on the bass some. So we're going to start there, see if that gets me more of that top end cutting through. If that doesn't, we're going to go ahead and boost a little bit more to cut through and even out with the top end of the kick drum and with the guitars.
I see you grooving. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching.
All right, so that helped a lot. I still want a little bit more of that like top end, just a little bit of snap on my eardrum. So we're gonna go ahead and bring some of that in.
I see you grooving. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night and night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking.
Awesome. So that's kind of like biting through a little bit harder. It's got a little more attack, a little more punch, a little more presence in throughout everything. So I think we're sitting overall in a good place. Let me just kind of give this a play, and I'm gonna see how everything's rocking. Just kind of see how it's feeling from the top.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. I see you laughing. Ooh, baby, are you looking right? Well, my heart is pounding to get with you on through the night. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for. And I tell her like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. I see you grooving. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for. But I'll tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. Now come to me.
Well, I think about the only thing I can do that I heard. So I'm going to dip a little of this mid-range out of these reverbs. Make sure I didn't go too far real quick.
I see you grooving. Ooh, baby.
You just have to pull a little bit of that like mud out of those reverbs, and then it just kind of opened them wide up. So, still are a little bit prevalent in the mix for my taste, so I'm going to go ahead and push them down. I don't mind the slaps and the delays, but I am going to pull down the EMTs a little more. Oh, that's right, I got totally distracted. Alright, so yeah, then we're going to mess around with these lead vibes. Let's go ahead and do that. So, whenever I'm thinking just wildcard lead vibes, I think weird things like Leslie's and rotary speakers and things that like move and just aren't super stagnant. So I'm gonna go ahead and try some Leslie's. Let's try Leslie. Cause why not? I know I've got one in here. Come here. Are you not letting me search it? I'll have to search it over here because it's off the window. Okay. Alright, it's gonna be called something off. Okay, there it is, roto speaker. Of course, it's not called Leslie. They can't do that. Alright, so we have the lead vibes. We'll go and send these over to lead vibes. Boom, we're just gonna max these ones out because we can control the lead vibes fader on its own. And let's listen to what this is doing. think I'm missing something here. 1 second. I am on the wrong channel. Okay. Happens to the best of us. $120 is the winner. All right, so we've got some cool Rip and Leslie vibes. Now what I'm going to do, because the guitar, again, I like things, I want it wide, and I want a lot of space, and I want to be able to fall into the mix. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the center of this effect out. It's going to make me do it over here again. Okay, 1 second. All right, so we'll go ahead and we're going to use this wave center here, and we're just going to pull the middle of this out. There it is. All right, I keep on hitting the wrong button. Sorry, dude. So I am all right, I just got to tell myself. I got to put like a little red box around this button that just says "Do not push this button." All right, so right after the center thing on the Leslie. So yeah, so what it is, you pull the center out. That way, the only thing that's sitting there is the solo in the middle, and the Leslie's kind of doing its own thing around it. So I was saying what it does is a lot of people are like, oh man, that's that cool, like flangey, phasey thing that I want on my guitar lead, and it's either going to be the Leslie cab or it's going to be the real ADT. I don't think I have real ADT in this system. 1 second. Gosh, it's going to make me search over here. I don't. So I don't have real ADT in here, but so I use the Roto speaker in the meantime, and it kind of gets that thing done. All right, just making sure I'm on the right channel here for you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and check these effects on these guitar solos, make sure these are sitting right, and then we'll go ahead and listen to it, and we'll do a print of that. And then for all of you guys that want to learn how to do master bus processing and get into the goodies of how to make your mixes loud and awesome and smashing the speakers, that is what is next after we do this print. So I'm going to go ahead and check these effects. We're going to do the print, and then we're going to do a master. Oh, no worries, dude. I've got you. Is it on the rotary thing? So the roto thing's here that I'm running here, and then center is here. I'm just pulling that straight down there. And that's all I've got as far as the wild card effects happening there. Now, something I will usually do, because I've absolutely completely pegged my oh, dude, I'm sorry. Oh, holy smokes, I see what you mean. I just looked up and saw. Okay. Hey, thank you for telling me that you need the goods. So there is the roto speaker, which is the first in the chain here. I'll do this. Boom. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I keep on forgetting that I have this little. I'm still learning the OBS software here, so you guys will have to. I'm sorry. Please be patient with me with the transition. So I will definitely show you guys the stuff. But yeah, the 121, or I guess in Pro Tools it's called the roto speaker. But this is a stock speaker with Pro Tools. Or it's like a stock thing. And then center from Waves. The only time I ever use this plugin, only time, is whenever I want to pull the center out of something. And that's it. That's the only time I use this guy. And again, that's for the sake of clearing space for something I want to frame, and then putting this like thing around it. So one thing I will do, I'm going to move on to real quick before we do a print, is I will, after I've limited these vocals, I've completely squashed the dynamics and there's not much movement left back in them, so we're going to pull up a little golden gem that's going to put some stuff back in them. So, my good buddy Waves Vocal Writer. A lot of people say, you can't use that, you're cheating. I say, cool, go back to cutting tape and noisy consoles. I'll sit over here with my modern day tools and we'll get the job done faster. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and sidechain this off of one of these buses that I've already created. Let me see if I've got the one I'm looking for. I don't, so I have to go ahead and create one real quick. So we're going to, little freebie tip. This is how you make a new bus in Pro Tools. New path. I'm going to go ahead and call this Vocal Writer. The VR path. I don't have to route it anywhere. I don't have to assign it to anything. So from here, where'd my Vocal Writer go? Where'd you go? There you are. Alright, so from here I can go ahead and pull up this bus. And now I have my Vocal Writer bus. Now, whatever I send through this is going to be whatever Vocal Writer is going to key off of. So I can take my mix bus here. Actually, I don't want to use my mix bus because my vocals are going to it, so I don't need to double send my vocals to the Vocal Writer. So what I'll do is I will go ahead and use the drums. I'll go ahead and pull my all drum bus. I'll set it to 0, set the fader to pre-fader. Now I want this one post because I want the Vocal Writer to follow that. I'll do the same thing with the bass and with the guitar. And with the solos, that way everything is sending to Vocal Writer and Vocal Writer knows what to key off of, which is right here. Now this is how sensitive the vocal is and how sensitive it is to the music. So I'm going to go ahead and play this. I'm going to start it on slow mode here. You got fast or slow. I'm going to kind of set this up how I normally would. That way I can inject some more movement into the vocal.
I see you moving. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good.
And bingo, now the vocals are moving around by about a dB or two in there. Yeah, the leads have vibe on them and reflections and room. I would normally put a delay, like a nice long like dotted eighth note delay on a pardon me guys, on a guitar lead, but I feel like it's inappropriate for this song. Awesome. So it's time to do the print. So here's how I'll do this. I will set up a stereo audio track. And we'll call this CTM because it's come to me. JWW Mix 1. 4 outsource master. That way whenever it prints, that's what it says. Did it not create the track? I could have swore I just told us to make a track. Alright, well, let's do it again. We'll just do that. Create the track. Cool. Audio 1. Alright. Come to me. Dub Mix 1. And I'll just do another dot. Why not? Oh, miss 1. Hopefully not. 4 outsourced master. And we'll go ahead and name that. Now we'll have to do the same. Oh, let me see if it might let me do it. 1 second. Yeah, mix master. It's not gonna let me do it. All right, so I will have to create another new bus. So another bus. This will be a stereo bus. We'll call this print. Print 1. All right, down the sends. Bus. Print 1. And the input is going to be bus print 1. Now, I mute it. I hit input monitor. We want this at 0. Now I'm going to move this limiter over here on the master bus. Now that limiter is there just so I don't accidentally peak my streaming feed for you guys. So I've moved it over here. That way I don't print it in my final, because I want to show you guys actual mastering, and I can't master it if that's printed. So I will leave these 3 things in place. This is exactly what I'll do whenever I send it to mastering. I'll leave Goldfoss in place, I'll leave my bus compressor in place, and I'll leave my vibe, my saturator, my tape machine in place, essentially. So I'll come in here and I'll make my waveforms really big. We'll see exactly where this starts, right about in there. I'll hit enter and drop a marker that says mark in. Boom, there's my mark in. And on my output, I'm going to mute you guys real quick and listen to this. And we'll say about there, I'll drop a marker. And we'll call this mark out. Now, if we hit Command 5, but it has to be numerical 5, Command numerical, like number pad 5, it pulls up your marker list. Now I can hit my mark in, I can hold shift, hit my mark out. Now you see it's made a selection. Now whenever I hit the record button on this track, it'll print that. Whatever's going on my mix bus is that's what's going to get printed. So we're going to go ahead and print this mix. And feel free to submit some questions as it's printing. After it's printed, I'll go and switch back over to my question box. We'll go ahead and take a 10, and we're going to master a song. And here we go, we're hitting the button. Awesome. So that is the mix officially printed. And what I would do before I send it to a mastering engineer, let me title this, save as. I'll just say come to me dash JWW dash mix 1. Again, this is something I did like goodness knows how long ago, so I don't know how I was labeling things, but nowadays this is how I label it. Alright, so I come here to the beginning and I go ahead and trim the playhead, and we'll create a fade. Just hit the F button, or Command F to make a fade. And come to the end, go ahead and jack this way up so I can see about where it's ending. We'll call it there. And I'll check this and listen to this. What happens there is what happens whenever you forget to mute your mix bus. So mute that. And let me send this somewhere other than the drum kit. Let me send this back to my speakers. There we go. Look at that. That should be right. Alright, cool. And I'm alright with that fade out. So from there, shift, I highlight it. Now the fade outs are made. Bring us back down. So the fade in, fade out's made. I've got my track highlighted. I hit Shift Option 3, and it'll bake everything in. It's done. Boom. Now from there, this goes to the mastering engineer. This is going to master guy. This is out. This is out of my hands. This is goodbye. So what I will do, just because I love you guys, I'm going to come back and I'm going to master this song, is I'm going to create a copy of this. So we'll just save as. So this is the mix 1. Oh. Well, hey, there we go. Plus, that's perfect. So I'll do another save as. Plus, we'll just say for video. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of all of my processing I've got going on. I'm going to get rid of the entire mix. I'm just going to nuke it. We're going to hit the button. That way you guys can listen to the before and the after. So here we go. Everything is going to go inactive. All the sends are going to go inactive. There's going to be no more effects. The whole mix just went back to 0. Boom, just like that. And then we have our print right here, which I'll usually make these guys, where is it? My pink. Yeah, I'll make them pink. They just stick out. So now we have the mix, which is raw, and we have the print, which is our mix. So I'll go ahead and play this real quick. I'll go ahead and switch this over to the chat board, and then we're going to take another tenor, and I'll come back and I'm going to master this mix. So we're going to start with the raw. Sorry guys, I got to put that limiter back in place. And I forgot I had all like the trims and stuff in place, so I need to trim this one down. I need to level match these really quick for you guys.
I see you looking from across the room.
And there she is, guys. That's quite the difference, right? So here we go. We'll go ahead and play. This is the original mix. This is the raw tracks, and then we'll go ahead and play where it is now.
I see you looking from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I'm good. So now come to me. Now come to me. I see you laughing. Ooh, baby, are you looking right? Well, my heart is burning to get with you on through the night. Well, I see you laughing, shaking. Something, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think I'm looking for, and I tell it like it is, honey. Yeah. I see you. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for. But I'll tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. Now come to me.
Sick. So for me, man, that's a win. Again, there's no drum samples, no amp sims. We just forced ourselves to sit down and just mix strictly what we had that old intern status Jordy recorded. I mean, not really intern status because the tracks are pretty well edited and everything like that. So I'd say I was a good intern for my future self. I did halfway decent. I'll give myself 2.5 stars out of 5 for this session. And it's only because I didn't double track some parts, and it's only because there was a couple ticks and pops in some of the drum tracks that old Jordy didn't know how to get rid of at the time, but we do now. So growth, we're learning, always moving forward, always tackling big things. Jordy didn't know how to I didn't know how to edit very, very, very well and fluently and quickly back then. Now I do. So I've been screamed at enough to know how to edit well. To know that if, at any point your work can go to somebody else, and those people will call you and say, "What is wrong with you?" And you will say, "I don't know, teach me." So let me see here. I'm gonna go ahead. So that's the review, the A, the B. We're on the win. I'd say we've taken this way up. I'm gonna go ahead and open this up to the chat room real quick. Pop this on over. Boom. Let's see. Felipe says, "Do you do all of your mixes in the box?" Making sure my mic was on for you. I absolutely do. Yes. Um, I do all my mixes these days in the box, strictly for just recallability and how easy it is for all that to happen. Um, I do remember the days of having to print stems off the console because let's just be honest, recall days would suck. So you would have to. I mean, you had like things like Total Recall and systems like that in place that would really help you out, but the outboard gear racks were um, all handwritten notes, or we didn't have cell phones to take the photo of the gear at the time, so it was just a stack of Polaroids like this fat, like a session notebook. So everybody likes to like have like the nostalgia about analog and how great it is, but really at the end of the day, I do love the recallability and the speed and workflow I have of digital. Now that does come with a little asterisk that says I will track analog every chance I get. Now if I have the chance to like track analog into Pro Tools just through like some beautiful gear, absolutely 1,010%. I will definitely do that just to get like that vibe on the way in. The way I don't have these like super sterile digital sounding recordings. You saw me like throughout this whole process. I'm always grabbing like saturation tools. I'm always grabbing things that are going to like dirty up the sound and make it sound a little less like it was recorded in a completely clean, sterile environment. And I think that's a big part of making everything just vibe. But as far as out of the box mixing, I do like the ability to grab a fader and move it like instantly, and have my hands on 4 or 5 faders at once, and oh, this needs top end, and then you grab the EQ and you turn it, and there it is. But I do like the precision I get in here again with the recallability and speed I get in the box. Now mastering for this particular round, just for the sake of the video, I'm going to be mastering in the box. But when I master, my final stage in my mastering is to actually send my mix out of the box, and then I will clip the ever living daylights out of my converters coming back into the box. That way, everything's super loud because I'm on like all the Universal Audio stuff over here. And we have a really like nice sounding soft clipper, like soft clip limiter built into their converters on the way in. So whenever you send your two bus out and you bring it back in really hot and just lob off all the transient information, just chop it, decapitate it. It'll makes your mix sound really loud, really punchy, but in a really good way, because you're actually like you're clipping an actual piece of gear versus just grabbing a clip or plug-in, like I'll be doing on the digital master. But not to say like it's not going to sound great, be loud and punchy and huge, but it's like that like little 1.5–2% difference thing that you get between digital and analog. Also, thanks for sticking it out with me, man. This has been like 5 hours, going on 6 hours of mixing. So I have 2 more hours left before YouTube says I cannot stream anymore and cuts my stream off the air for me. So you have been a trooper, man. Like, dude, if I had my own T-shirt, I would like give you a T. I might just go out and make my own T-shirt just to give you a T-shirt. You could have like T-shirt number 1. You're the guy here with me on live stream number 1. Like all the way, bro. I understand everybody else has lives. I get it. I get it. I'm not dogging anybody else. I'm not dogging anybody. I'm also not saying you don't have a life, Felipe. I love you, dude. It's fun to like be able to do this because like I love to mix. It's my thing. Like I genuinely like love it. Um, oh yeah, I was not put on this earth or born to do anything other than mess with audio, and to be able to finally be able to take it live in a platform like that, I'm loving it. Like it's great to like have this interaction with you guys and to be able to mix live for you guys. All right, well, right on you fellers. I think I'm going to go to another 10-minute intermission. give myself an ear rest real quick here, and then we're going to come back and we're going to master this sucker and get it rocking, open it up into Ultimate Questionnaire. We're going to get it pumpy. This is where we're going to get into those low end tricks I was talking about earlier. Good ways to like really lock in the low end, get it hitting your system hard, but also keep it really consistent. All that's going to be going down and getting addressed, along with like width and excitement and some, again, guess what? More saturation. So yeah, stick around. Thanks again, guys, for sticking around this long. Again, shout out to you, Felipe. But yeah, we'll be back. We're gonna master this and get this sucker essentially ready to hit radio. So we'll stick around. Thanks again, guys. check 1 2. I am back. Are you guys still out there with me? You guys ready to have a master done? So basically what I'm going to do to start off here is I'm going to do something I shouldn't do because I'm not going to show you guys my desktop and all that fun stuff and all the files I've got there. But got some things there that can't be shown public, but like names of like records and stuff like that. But we're going to go ahead and make all these tracks inactive. We're going to go ahead and make all the effects inactive. That way we've got maximum processing available to continue mastering. Make these inactive. Felipe, what's up, dude? Glad you're still hanging on, man. Heck yeah. Alright, so again, this is the only thing I've got in chain right now. This is getting ready to change. But because the only reason this is in line right now is, again, just so I don't peak my output for you guys. So I'm going to go ahead and keep it on for now. I'm going to see where this is sitting and see if I have to adjust anything. Essentially, all I'm going to do is I'm going to find the loudest part of the song, which looks like it's about right in here. And then we're going to see where it's sitting on this guy. Alright, so I've got plenty of headroom to play with here. Alright, so the very first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up my good buddy, Ozone 9. Okay. Now we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to go ahead and go with this limiter. It's going to say true peak. I'm bringing it here because I want these to read the same. I'm going to go with a pretty fast character on it. I want it to have good independence between the transient information and the stereo information. And I usually rock this around 20 to 25%. My favorite one on here is modern, personally. And this is actually going to be our second to last step in the chain. Oh, no, we don't want that. Before this, we're going to go ahead and throw in an imager. So it's going to be imager, maximizer, clipper. That's going to be our last 3 steps. Our first step is going to be FabFilter Pro Q3, but we're going to run it differently than we normally run it. Normally we're running natural phase mode. We're going to run linear phase, and we're going to run it as high as it possibly can. This way, it's the maximum quality. It's not messing around with any of the frequency curves. It's keeping the audio 110% intact. Now after that, we're going to run Pro MB. And we're going to do the exact same thing with this one. Linear phase, oversampling 4 times. And then at the end, I'm going to run a clipper. And I'll go ahead and keep my output ceiling just to keep things consistent at -3. And that way I can get rid of this guy on you. Alright, now we'll go ahead and kind of start diving in with the very first EQ. The very first EQ is just going to kind of start rounding out my curve. And I'm kind of going for I'm going for just a pleasant curve at the end of the day. I'm going for something that's pleasant, that's relevant, that's modern, that's kind of following the current trend. So that's what we're So I'm just basically giving it a little bump in the lows, kind of just evening out the spectrum overall, kind of filling out some gaps where I've got them. Pulling down a little bit of a little bit of a resonance at 200 in the snare pop, and just lifting the overall highs at around 15K. So nothing drastic, you know. Now this is where the magic's going to be happening. Here is in Pro MB, and I'm going to do the same thing I did with the vocal. I'm just going to divide this up into sections, and we're just going to kind of see where the mix naturally wants to fall on the spectrum.
But I'll tell it like it is, honey.
I'm going to find a spot that's got some vocals going here. Alright, so I've got this frequencies all separated in a way that kind of just naturally is falling on the spectrum here for them. So I'm going to solo out these bands, and this is one of those things where if you don't have headphones, you might want to throw in a set of headphones real quick, because we're going to be isolating low frequency bands that are going to be extremely hard to hear through small speakers, unless again you got headphones in, or unless you're hooked up to your studio monitors at home. So this is the low end trick. This is where the magic happens. We're gonna go ahead and dial this in, get this punchy, but keep it dynamic, and get it sounding just consistent and radio fat and ready. So let's check this out. Hey, let me go ahead and give you the screen again. Sorry, man. Here we go. All right. So back to the Pro Q3, because that was probably hidden. So back to Pro Q3, and this is what I've done on Pro Q3. So down here on the bottom, linear phase, and we're set to max, and a little bit of a bump here in the overall lows, kind of peaking out right around 74 hertz. Another bump right up in here in the 300, and just overall lifting the highs. And in Pro MB, I've got these all nice and separated out. And I'll go ahead and show this to you real quick on the spectrum. Alright, and I'm going to go ahead and solo these two bands out again and get this low end rocking in the way I want it to rock. right, so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to A/B, because I don't have anything at all. Nothing's going on in Ozone yet. Nothing's going on with the Clipper yet, so it's just these two. So I'm just going to bypass this real quick, the way you guys can hear what just these two plugins are doing. Now there's an obvious volume drop in there, so I'm going to go ahead and level match them real quick. So everything is just a little bit more tame, a little bit more control overall. Let's see, Felipe says, is there any rule for these boosts and cuts, like don't go past XDB? There is no rules. There is recommendations. There is never rules, ever. Ever is the rules. You can do whatever you want to do to make the song or sounds or sonics as good as you can make them to your ability. That being said, mastering is usually, by nature, a subtle art that is not so subtle in the end. So yeah, it's a bunch of little tiny moves that really equal a lot and a massive impact at the end. So whenever I'm thinking mastering, I'm thinking subtle, I'm thinking tasteful. I'm not thinking about EQ or mix or any of that, really. I'm just thinking about, does this feel good? Does the low end inspiring me? Does the top end feel open, or does it sound clouded, or does it sound mushy? Or I'm thinking of like very like layman's like descriptive terms, really, at the end of the day. You know, is it punchy? Is it splatty? Does it just sound kind of meh? You know, is it light? Does it have life? Is there too much life? You know, these kinds of things. So that being said, I was pretty dramatic here. You know, there's almost 3 dB here. This is bouncing all over the dang place. These things are all the way up, all the way down into 6 dB. And moving pretty heavily too. But they're just kind of controlling everything. Now, what Ozone's going to do here is it's going to allow me to get some width. So I can go ahead and pull this up. I usually like to run this in a certain setting. In the imager, you want to prevent anti-phase. That way, you're not getting any weird kind of phase between your left and your right whenever you're going out of your bounds. Sonically speaking, in your field of sonics. So I will usually, you got to start here in order to do your crossover points. So I'm going to pop my points in action here. And I'm just going to kind of remember about where they are. I'm going to switch over to this view. So they're kind of on these lines, you know, right here, and right here. And then I'm going to just kind of play it and watch this graph and see the width of the certain frequency ranges, because that's what this graph's going to show me. It's going to show me how wide everything is, broken down by frequency. So you see, it's pretty nice and wide, like right in here, and then it starts to kind of narrow off in here, but it kind of like flattens out. And then it really tapers off like right in here. So right about in here is where I'm going to put this guy. And it kind of like tapered off right in here. And it was nice and wide like all throughout in here. So now that I've got these set, these sliders are going to control the width of the within these bands. So I can go over here, I can play it, and then I can start increasing the width to try to get one nice even wide bar. Or something that's like breathing and wide and feels good. And it's subtle, but the second you take it away, you're like, oh, I missed that. And that's kind of that's what you want. Again, it's all about subtlety. You don't want to go extreme. You don't want people to go, oh my gosh, this mix feels uncomfortable. You just want them to go, man, it just feels like 1% wider than everything else I've heard. That's kind of the goal. Slowly widening the mixes. So now the maximizer. Now this is the guy we're gonna go ahead and go to the loudest part of the song, or just a spot where we have some really intense transient information. Looks like we have some good peaks right in here, and looks like we have some more good peaks right here at the start. So, but these ones over here are louder, and again some stuff up in here. So I'm gonna start right in this area, and we're just gonna kind of tame these down and get a feel for this.
But I think you are what I'm looking for. But I'll tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. Me, but I think you are what I'm looking for.
All right, cool. So those are kind of under control now. So let's go over to this other loud part and make sure we're not being too invasive in these other pieces.
Feeling right. Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night and night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking.
Now this is a special note. This is where I always used to go wrong. So I always used to just take this and just clip it, just send it straight to the clipper. Only problem is when I'm limiting this, I'm usually limiting it for a mastering status. So like it's normally I'd take my ceiling here, I'd unlink this, and I'd pump my ceiling up, and then I'd clip it. What I want to do is I actually want to back this off by about a dB. That way I can dig into my clipper by about 1 more dB, and it kind of just, instead of limiting and then clipping it, it allows me to get more of a clip signal on my transients while still kind of taming these back. So I'm just going to kind of back this off. I mean, not even like a full dB, just a little tiny bit. That way I get that much more headroom for my clipper. Okay. So this is the final stage here, onto the clipper. Now this is where, if you have headphones, if you have speakers, this is your disclaimer. This is where the final loudness is going to get. So make sure that wherever you're at, you're turning your volume down a little bit, because things are getting ready to get loud. So this is the final, as they say, the final polish. This is even a couple dB louder than I would, or dB quieter than I would normally send. And again, it's just to make sure that everything stays intact for streaming purposes. So we'll go ahead and pull this up. There's two different versions of this that I really like. Now this basically emulates the sound of me clipping a converter outboard. And because I can't do that while I'm streaming, I'm going to use this plugin. Now crisp is pretty brutal. It's pretty in your face, but it's a really good and aggressive one for emulating outboard, or a certain brand's outboard clippers, or outboard converters being clipped. The smooth, a little bit more subtle, and you can soften it up a little bit more to kind of like give you the soft clipper vibe. So we'll go ahead from here again. So I had to turn my quality off the eco. In order for that to take effect, I have to bypass it and turn it back on. Now again, everybody, I can't iterate enough. If you have speakers, if you have headphones, turn them down. This is going to get loud. And here we go.
Feeling right. Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night and night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good.
Right there, you can kind of see in the waveform whenever I started bringing that threshold down, the transients kind of started sucking in. That's because I'm clipping it. And this right here will tell you I've clipped it by 3.6 dB at its hottest point. So I don't mind that right now. I'm listening at low volumes so I can hear distortion really well. And it's not hitting my ear in an offensive way yet. So I'm going to go ahead and start to bring the volume up, and we're going to play between the smooth setting and the crisp setting. And we're going to see, yeah, I had to double check there, make sure it was a crisp setting. We're going to play between those two and see which one we like the most. Watch your ears.
Feeling right. Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night and night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for. But I'll tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah.
Now, what I'm specifically listening for whenever I'm bouncing back and forth between the smooth and the crisp setting is there's a certain openness in the mid-range that will change. So I'm listening, if you can listen to the sound of the snare drum, listen to the low mids in like the body of the snare and the vocal area like in the mid-range of the snare drum whenever I switch back and forth, and you'll see what I mean about the openness of the mid-range changing.
Feeling right. Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night and night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Feeling right.
Now this is a tough decision for me because there's things I like about both. On the crisp side, I like how aggressive and punchy and just hard hitting the low end is. And for me personally, like my usual taste in music is the heavier side of things. Like I like the heavy and aggressive, and I like everything pumping at my speaker pretty heavy. Now, but for this band, I don't know if that is exactly the appropriate case. I think for this band, smooth might be the better setting because it's more showcasing them as musicians. Because we've already thrown everything at the wall for aggression and saturation and everything like that. So I think the crisp side is clipping the low end a little too hard for this particular genre. So I'm going to go ahead and keep this one on smooth. I'm going to play with the soften while I'm not looking at the screen. I'm just going to look up here past the screen. I'm going to play with soften until I think it feels good. And when I think it feels good, I'm going to stop it.
Feeling right. Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night and night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking. 'Cause I said, baby, you look so good.
All right. For whatever reason, somewhere right in there, the transients just came right back to life to my ears. Like I felt like the punch of the snare was coming through. The top end crack of the snare was coming through way more. And I think that's our winner. So what I'm going to do now is the exact same thing we did earlier. I'm going to put this on no input. I'm going to switch this over to print. We're going to turn this on. We're going to create a new stereo audio track. And we'll go ahead and call this Come to Me, JWW, Master. Now we're going to go and send this out to the speakers. And now I can hit pre-fader here. And will allow me to now mute this. I can input monitor this. And now using those exact same fade points, this is it. We're going to go ahead and hit record and print our master. Just kidding. We got something routed incorrectly here. 1 second. We got it. That right there. See, bad intern Jordan. All right, here we go.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. I see you laughing. Ooh, baby, are you looking right? Well, my heart is burning to get with you on through the night. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for, and I tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. I see you grooving. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for. But I'll tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. Now come to me.
And there we go. We've got the master. Now, again, like full disclaimer, I would normally be hitting my outboard with this, and this would normally be much louder and significantly more aggressive than it is now. But it is this is strictly for streaming purposes. I have to keep it within a certain realm, otherwise it just starts glitching out and getting nasty for you guys. So this is the fun part for me. I'm gonna go ahead and make all this active again. And we'll go ahead and listen to what it sounds like. Don't need the effects or any of that because it's going to be a raw mix. So what it sounds like between a raw mix using all the faders are at 0 and things are panned. So essentially you just got your tracks, threw it in your session and panned them. The final mix that we did live right here, and then the final master that we did live right here. So we'll go ahead and start with the mix, and we'll get that sucker rocking. One second here. All right, cool. So we'll go ahead and start this guy here. I'll start from marking. There we go. All right, this will be from raw to mix to master, back to raw, mix to master, and so on and so forth.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to
Some little random little pop there at the end hit me. Little ride on you fellas. I'm going to go ahead and give this master one more spin for you guys from the very front. I'm going to go ahead and switch it over to the question. And then we can go ahead and we'll call this mix session a wrap. So this is the master front to back. This is our work here together. Let's go ahead and rock it. As some of my buddies like to say, FRV, aka full rock volume.
I see you looking, ooh, from across the room. Well, your body's grooving. Need to get with you, baby, soon. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. I see you laughing. Ooh, baby, are you looking right? Well, my heart is burning to get with you on through the night. Well, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for. And I tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. I see you grooving. Ooh, baby, are you feeling right? Well, my mind is aching to get with you on through the night. Yeah, I see you laughing and shaking, 'cause I said, baby, you look so good. So now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. Now come to me. But I think you are what I'm looking for. But I'll tell it like it is, honey. Ooh, yeah. Now come to me.
Sick. Well, right on you guys. That was it. We have gone from super raw mix, ultimate raw, like I was too afraid to do anything on the way in raw, to I would put that on an album and be happy with that. I'm stoked with it. Given what we had, and given that's zero samples, zero nothing, that's just the band as they are, very minimalistic everything. I'm stoked with that. So I'm going to go ahead and turn this back over to questions. Boom. So anybody? Any guys got anything at all, or any questions about anything at all around the process, or anything that you've tuned into, or anything that you're curious about, maybe did not get to see earlier? We can go ahead and answer any of those questions for you guys now. Man, Felipe, thank you, dude. It's a fun mix, man. It was, I say you know, the banner across the bottom the entire time kind of jokingly says, you know, join me as I curse my younger self, but that's exactly what it was. You know, I was going through the old mix vaults and, you know, just kind of doing like file management, and I was like, man, I got all these old sessions and hit these bands up, and I was like, all right, cool, I'm gonna live mix one of these suckers, modern day. Goodness only knows how many years later, but I like it. I know for a fact if I was to play the original mix, I don't even know where it is. Like, I'm gonna find it. This is just for you guys. This is my original mix from back in the day. 1 second. I'm embarrassed right now. We're gonna beat this. I'm gonna go ahead and we're going there. 2015, guys. 2015. Oh, dudes. I mean, no, it's so bad, so bad. No, yeah, we just absolutely romped and stomped our own butts. So, I mean, here's the deal. I'm happy because back in the day, like the tracking was not bad, so it was definitely salvageable. But this, yeah, and this will be fun, man. This could be fun. I could do this. I could save this song, and we'll save it. and We'll do it again in 5 years, and we'll just be saying the exact same thing about ourselves now. Like, why did you do that? Why did you do that? What in the world were you thinking? But that's half the fun of the industry, man. You just get to go in, and for whatever reason, if you're just inspired a certain way that day, you just go in, and that's what you do that day. And you know, tonight I was inspired to go in and crack open the vaults and just have some fun and try some things that I don't normally try, and I think it came out great. All right, I'm not frozen. I swear. I'm just looking at this chat here. Keep on forgetting it's right here, like right there next to me. Well, right on, you guys. Again, thanks for joining me on this one. I'm gonna go ahead and sign off. It is getting pretty late over here where I'm at right now. So again, thanks. Hit the like, you know, hit the subscribe, hit the bell notification, comment down below if you guys would like me to do these things more in the future or whatever you guys want. Every time I listen to my first mixes, I want to change everything. That's good. It means there's yes, yes, that means progress. My first mixes will never see the light of day. They were going to stay in a briefcase forever, and they're going to die and be buried with me probably. So, just to ensure that they never get leaked. Those are those ones that you just. No, yeah, I had a brother that tried to mix one time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, yeah, man, yeah, I know. I think my dog tried to operate my Pro Tools rig, and that's what he kicked out. Awesome. Well, right on, you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and kick off. Thank you guys again very much. It's been an absolute blast. Spread the word, you know, like, tag, share to all your engineer buddies that have nothing to do in their lives for 6 hours. So, right on.